Hello. I wonder if I should remove the Sucro fact that says that she has at least 2 friends, her sword and her iron will, because I'm not being paladin lately? Probably not. I think I asked this question before. Hello. Welcome. Wrist pain is back, in addition to my other chronic problems, so I hope this goes okay. I guess I reserve the right to call it early if it doesn't, but for now, it should be alright. That's true. I always like to jump during the part of the gold dance where I'm way off to the left of where I actually am. So, today, our agenda is the epilogue of Rabbits and Robots, because I got them to Bloodsworn. Or I will in a second. Then a funny prank that you'll learn about when I get to it. And then 6.3. Dreams come true. Oh, right, the ear wiggle emote. Sucro, I have a task of the utmost import for you. After our inaugural broadcast, many of the Dreaming Workshop's Loporits were inspired to share their own histories and aspirations via the radio. And it seems the people of Aetheris have been listening. We've received a number of letters, you see, addressed to all in sundry ways. Who's sending letters to the moon and how? I want to know about that. Tell me the moon mail explanation. I haven't been able to stop smiling since I read mine. I'm painfully delighted. Yet I'd doubtless be more so had my letter been delivered by a person of Aetheris in the flesh. What do you say? Nod. Those letters are for coining way, inventing way, cooking way, and the Loporit of many names. Some of them counseling way, and others the voice behind the microphone way? In any case, I cannot wait to hear how they all react. Ta? Like talking way, maybe? I guess Charlian does know about the moon teleporter. Not here to spend your carrots today. A pity. I do work so tirelessly to price our merchandise fairly. No, you have fan mail. What is this? A letter from a Charlian economist? Oh heavens, it's happening! It's finally happening! Having heard the fascinating tale of your success in establishing a new currency and independent market, my colleagues and I would like to formally invite you to submit to our rousing quarterly report. Such a heartwarming letter I've never received! I must spin a reply post-haste, not to mention my submission. The most heartwarming invitation for economy, I guess. I owe you my thanks, Sucro. Without your earnest cooperation, the carrot's time to shine may never have come. Trust me when I say that my gratitude is beyond measure. Yay! Capitalism way. Inventing way. I don't remember the voice I gave you. Hail, Sucro. Have you seen a loose screw anywhere? No matter, I can carry on regardless. Doubt not that this next machine will astonish even your adventurer's eyes. How about fan mail, though? A letter from Aetheris? Curious. I wasn't aware that the post-Moogle teleporters had passed safety inspection. Let me see. Bugger me, these letters are tiny. Why, the writer is Garlean. Restoration, recovered scrap, minimal explosions. I see. With this information, I can surely design a machine or two to assist in Garlemald's reconstruction. How fortunate that they heard my broadcast. Stay tuned for 7.x. Garlean restoration, maybe. It's only a matter of time before my inventions are beloved far and wide. First Garlemald, then Aetheris, then the universe! Yeah, I guess the post-Moogles have freaking teleporters somehow. I don't know how they did that. Cooking way. But where's the letter for pudding way? Where is it? I don't remember the voice I gave you either. Can I interest you in a turn at the whisk? Everyone's getting random versions of my default Final Fantasy XIV NPC vaguely British imitation, or whatever this is. We've been overwhelmed with orders of late. What you see behind me is the last way standing. There's 2 ways behind you. I guess you're not counting way, so that's fine. Nevertheless, I'm glad that everyone appreciates our Aetheris-inspired cuisine. I must confess, I worry that my inclinations still tend too heavily towards carrots, yet I can hardly ask this lot for other ideas. How about a letter? Fresh inspiration, you say? I certainly hope so. A letter from Master Dickon himself! What a happy surprise! And he's included a recipe of his own devising. This is precisely what I need to break free from my carrot-based confines. Let me know if this inspires any new dishes up there, he says. I certainly will. And I hope that you'll sample whatever we cook up next. You, though. You, I was doing a vague Shadow the Hedgehog type of voice, I guess. Ah, well met. Can I help you with anything this afternoon? It should be more of a radio personality voice at this point, though. For me, for persons of Aetheris, or from persons of Aetheris. Oh, I hope they didn't say something to I hope I didn't say something to offend them. Quite the opposite, I'd imagine. By the way, if there's any differences in the placement or size of, like, Calico and I over here, it's because I messed up and I had to reposition and resize and stuff. But I think it's relatively the same. Also, it doesn't really matter, but you know. The first is from a Garlean refugee. I miss my homeland dearly, but your voice reminded me that even here I'm not alone. Thank you for lifting my spirits. That's true, there are radio personalities like that. Thank you for petting Calico. That still works. And this one appears to have been written by a child's paw. Dear Radio Loppet, how did you learn to talk like people? You are very good. I want to be a radio when I grow up too. Love me. Children say the darndest things, as they say. Radio Loppet, how did you learn to talk like people? You are very good. I want to be a radio and they haven't put Blitzball in the game yet, but by golly, they're gonna have a kid wanna be an object or something. They really are listening. I once believed I would never again look forward to tomorrow. But Dreamingway's hope is infectious, isn't it? I owe him and you more than I can say. Smile, nod. There's a rabbit falling asleep over there. I'd like to share something with you if you don't mind. Questioning head tilt? I've been pondering a new name for myself. My dream may have not changed all that much, but I am a different way than I once was. I was alone for quite some time, you understand. Long enough to make me appreciate the value of a kind word. Now that I've returned to the Fluffle. Excuse me? That's the word for, like, the plurality of Loporits or something? Like, the group of them, the Fluffle? I feel like that has basis in actual terminology, but I don't recall it. Good word, though. I find myself wanting to speak with your people and my fellow Loporits as much as I can. So after some discussion, I've chosen to become Talking Way. Ah, I was right. Congratulations, Talking Way. I shall be a friendly voice to the people of Aetheris, and to those closer to home. Nod. That's really good to know. By which I mean, well... Questioning head tilt? I hope you will consider me a friend too. I wouldn't have it any other way, or say no more, Talking Way. Or do, yes. That's a good response. Say no more, Talking Way. Of course I'll be your friend. Or wait, I guess you should say more, but you know what I mean. Thank you, Sucro, for your kindness and for listening. Thumbs up. Living Way nod. With this delivery to your new friend Talking Way, all of the letters have been safely seen into the right paws. Dreaming Way will surely be delighted to know of the joy with which they have, with which they were received. Oh, the Moondust stains are already out of Talking Ways for it's now just a stylistic choice. It's like dye, probably. I somehow butchered the last part of that name into something not fantastic, but that's probably fine. Talking is difficult. Talking Way has a lot of work cut out for them. Sucro, were they excited? Delighted? Nod. Explaining. Oh, I have a ring that's visible. That's even better than I dreamed. The people of Aetheris have been ever so kind. Including those who have yet to listen to our broadcast. According to one of the letters Managing Way received, word of our station has spread far and wide, and many of your fellows are keen to get their paws on radios of their own. It's a little success, I'm afraid. But we're here to help. Inventing Way has gathered his disciples, and they are producing radios as we speak. We shall see them delivered to Aetheris with all speed. Can you imagine? The whole star listening to us! To be honest, I was uncertain we'd ever make it this far. To find new dreams for each and every Loporrit seemed a monumental task. Yet look at them now. They've come so far, and who knows what they'll dream up next. Of course, as for me, I'm eager to start composing again. Get ready to hop along to my next hit. Oh man, when there's the like collective, all of the tribes of Endwalker quest, do you think Dreaming Way will debut their next hit? Or is it right now? Sucro is surrounded by bunnies. I think I missed. That's so many of them. None of our dreams would have been possible without you, Sucro. On behalf of all of us, thank you ever so much. And remember, should you want for a friendly ear or a well-eared friend, we are always here for you. 1 million rabbits cheering for Sucro. That's a heck of a fluffle. The one DJ one still doing the DJ moves instead of the Loporrit sway. I love them. What a bunch of friends. Yeah, the epilogues aren't going to take quite as long as the other quests, I think. Bloodsworn! It's such a funny thing to call this. You have learned the emote earwiggle. So, if you don't know about this emote, that's not the emote menu. Where is it? It's exceptionally silly. Wiggle's suddenly enormous ears is the text. They do vaguely cover the cat ears when that happens. An ear transformation of some kind. Welcome, welcome. Do take a turn at any station you like. And that means there should be... Oh, you can put Loporrits in your house? Incredible. There is a junk monger hiding behind my bookcase in my apartment, so I've already got one of the ones that I would need. I'll have to remember this if I ever get a home for real. I'll just have a dance floor basement with a bunch of the dance floors and all the Loporrits standing there or something. Are you here for a chat, Sucro? Tell me what's on your mind. Gaming way! Gamer! One might think standing around and waiting for something fun to happen isn't particularly entertaining, but I beg to differ. Why, I have plenty of fun just being in a place this lively. Gaming. I don't think Gaming Way was there before. But there is now a triple triad way that's not cheating way. Alright. Robots. This is the way gamers talk. They sound like Solid Snake. Or someone's impression of him. Who is exaggerating on purpose. Gaming. Hey, look, I found the research portal quickly this time. Good job, me. It only took till the end. The end of the universe, but also the end of the questline. Hey, what's up? Life, the universe, and coffee beans. Of course it's another Hitchhiker's title. You have the strangest feeling that you've forgotten something or someone. No, I was wondering when we get to them. Precisely 86,400,000 time codes have passed since our latest brewing incident. A new record. This unit's mission satisfaction could not be higher. I don't know about you, but I think we deserve a break. Care to join us for a tall glass of carrot juice? Carrot coffee is also an option, though I would hate to risk our safety record. This unit notes that carrots are still disproportionately represented on the menu, but accepts your invitation. Now that's impossible. That's the number of seconds in a day? Or like... Well, it's a it's like the number of seconds in a day times some numbers. Math, you know. I don't know. I've never done math in my life, says Sucro, holding an Arcanima book. Probably. The last dreg certainly has come a long way. Remember when the counter was dusty and musty? I still don't know what civilization originally built these structures, but I like to think they'd be happy to see what we've done with the place. Perhaps they ran a cafe of their own long ago. Actually, while you're here, can I trouble you to check in with the patrons? As you well know, customer satisfaction is our first priority, and they wouldn't dare fob you off with a platitude. Would they? What do you think, Emotional Grebulov? This place? I love it here. It reminds me of home almost as much as the sea on Elysian. And such a pristine sea it is. Each time I devour a delicious fish, I reaffirm my vow to protect it. One serving of the fish, please. I still love the Grebulovs. This one still loves soup. It has been quite some time since I began cooperating with this lout, hasn't it? Though I can scarce believe it myself, we are as allies now. Some even call us friends, to which I take offense, of course. Perish the thought. As if you don't wander over to my side of the garden half a dozen times per shift to raise your suggestions. Perhaps people would possess a more accurate conception of our relationship if you did not so clearly crave my insight. Still, I've come to believe that anyone who enjoys the last dregs as much as I do cannot be all bad, even if he has poor taste in helmets. I guess I can talk to them more than once, and I forgot to do that with the rabbits again. By the by, are there any imminent plans for salty sea breeze coffee? It would pair well with the soup. While the sea's vistas are by far the most charming, the other scenery of Elysian has proven quite enjoyable as well. The peaks, the trees, whatever that weird place with the monoliths is. I like all of them. I'm just overwhelmed by the cuteness of the Grebulovs, that's all. Poor taste in helmets. I've never been so offended in all my life. I will require quite some time to fully detail the inaccuracy of that statement. Another round, please. I should have talked to all the rabbits a second time. Because the second time dialogues are often fun, but I keep forgetting about them. But it's fine, yeah. We came here to research what other vegetables may be of value to the menu, not to discuss personal issues, but you know how he is. Hey, you're the one who insulted his helmet. Yes, the transmission of other beings' gustatory perception has been most effective. I believe I should like to experience haptic transmissions next. These burns to the tongue, reported by the beings that consume coffee rapidly, sound intriguing. Why do you hasten so? There are yet many gustatory sensations we must experience. The Corellians and Grebulov's perceptions were illuminating. The atmosphere, too, is quite enjoyable, though the other beings are naturally unequipped to discuss the finer mysteries of the universe. The idle chatter pleases me. In fact, I've scarcely rebuked anyone at all. Of late, we've been delving into the mystery of what gustatory triggers the mumissive enjoy. Hopefully, their displeasure upon experiencing a sensation that they do not prefer is obvious. For our next subject of conversation, I propose a relaxing round of should the milk go in first or last? No, you'll start another war if you discuss that. You must be careful. Oh! The chase is on! Oh no, don't lick the mumissive. They might also be talking about coffee, because you can add milk to that. Thy consideration is appreciated, hero. For me, 'tis enough to gaze upon the tiny dessert and feel the wind on my scales. Something about the dragon saying tiny dessert, probably very dramatically, is pretty good. Indeed, the true winds of Elysian are divine, yet I find myself drawn to the pastry nonetheless. The sentiment by which thou didst create it warmeth my heart even now. It hath been many years since last I found myself so rested. Perhaps a song to mark the occasion. For coffee, it wouldn't make a real difference. How much of a difference would it actually make for the cereal compared to the coffee? I feel like it wouldn't matter too much either way. Then again, I'm a person who eats cereal without any milk. Like, I have the milk on the side as a drink. I just have cereal dry, as they call it, which is its own category of thing that people will gasp in horror about. But like, from the perspective of someone who does not pour milk into their cereal or cereal into their milk, her milk, use the wrong pronouns for myself there due to being vague, I guess, but it would seem to me from an outsider's perspective that pouring the cereal second would be a dangerous action because that would displace the milk, causing it to splash. You'd have to be more careful, though you could also accidentally spill milk when pouring it in second. It seems like it would be a slightly less dangerous action to put the milk in after the cereal. That's my opinion, without a lot of scientific backing, but allow this unit to thank you in the perpetually anxious lifeform's stead. Your data collection is appreciated. I'm not perpetually anxious, this is a normal amount of concern. But yes, thank you, Sucro. How did you find our customers? They all seem pretty happy. Thank goodness they're still enjoying themselves. I would hate to play host to any more firefights or fistfights or food fights. Data from Barista Unit M104 indicates that patron numbers are only increasing. Business future secure. Though this unit personally wishes us to seek out even more civilizations' data nonetheless. Much of the universe remains to be restored to life and hope. Incoming transmission from Stigma 4. New life? Allied units, there is new life on Elysian. Scans indicate more than one additional life form. Oh, don't bore us with the logs. If it's worth scanning, it's worth seeing. I sold cloth. Good job, me. Sometimes I think about the Homestar Runner bit, where there's a band called She Likes Cloth in the Teen Girl Squad universe. Because one of the Teen Girl Squad says that she likes cloth at some point, and they say, that would be a good band name, or whatever. I think about this because sometimes I think about how I also like cloth. Anyway, this unit will not spoil any further revelations. Let us proceed. Cloth is pretty cool, if you think about it. That's my opinion. Oh! Tiny dragons are hatching. What does that mean? Are they also mostly Dynamis? Is there just more of everybody here? Sweet mother, Stigma 4 wasn't kidding. Not that it can. I don't know, have you ever seen humor.exe? I bet Omicrons could use humor.exe. Look over there! Oh. It is that place. Ah, what are you doing here? Well, apparently they've influenced Elysian, which probably means something good, right? As your companion suggested, we have traversed the dead worlds of Ultima Thule. We've seen its despair. We have seen the tragedy of the forgotten, and the sorrow of those who forget themselves. This is well. Hey. Yet, this star is different. There is life here. There is change. This unit understands that this is difficult for you to accept. The mission to live is no simple matter. I knew something would have to happen with the Niberans eventually. Then why do you grasp for life in a universe that will one day die? Why seek to change that which cannot be changed? This unit hopes he will not take this as a personal attack, but it would assert that a broad perspective is required. It is true that each civilization is vulnerable. A single particle of despair placed in the right code, the right body, the right mind, can spread like a virus. It's funny to see them sit. Yet there is more than one civilization in this universe. The disease that kills one spares another. The sorrow that consumes one drives others to seek joy. Together we survive. Together we see beyond our limitations. And together we find reason to hope. So long as we live, and so long as we have even one reason to hope, the Dynamis will change for us. Beyond our despair lies an infinitude of miracles. We need only open our receptors to them. We obtained physical life eternal, and complete mental resonance to determine that existence is meaningless. Despite all of that, you say we were wrong? Please refrain from leaping to conclusions. Whether the inherent meaning of life or lack thereof can be proven by the existence of miracles remains up for debate. We Ea have grappled with such questions since time immemorial. You are welcome to join us for further discussion and gustatory stimulation at the cafe before deciding that your civilization was replete with buffoons. Nod. So long as you keep the doom and gloom confined to your conversation with mentally unflappable beings, that should be fine. And who knows, a nice cup of coffee might cheer you up a bit. Oh, do they have silver masks compared to the gold ones? Yeah. This unit can vouch for the utility of our beverages in processing philosophical conundrums. too. Perhaps they'll even find something new to ponder. It's the little things, as they say. Hey, you can't... Look, I know that's a common expression, but you're also calling back to that one scene in, Thavnair, where they say something about the little things in life while Dynamis.mp3 plays, and it's sad. They're a gray or silver type of color. I don't remember what they are in the dungeon. There will be time enough for all civilizations to find hope for the future, given the proposed eternal opening schedule. This unit has set reminders to look out for the end of the universe in case additional menu items are required. That's what I like to hear. Less fatalism, more carrots of happiness. Applause from the Corellians. And the detachment of their brain orb from the Ea. The orb where their brain goes. You know which one that is. We'll have to explore the new Elysian when we have a bit more time. These developments are pleasing, but whence did they originate? Changes occurred soon after Sucro asked our customers to reflect on their experience at the cafe, no? Perhaps realizing how happy they are increased their faith in a brighter future. And perhaps even the Nibiran were moved by the sight of a world that had not fallen to despair. In any case, the value of our mission is clear. You bet it is. It's so nice to not have to do all the emotional lifting around here anymore. Do come back and join us from time to time, Sucro. We'll be here forever. Nod. Affirmative. Your labor has been greatly valued. We would be delighted to assign you shifts at any time. This unit jests. Your friendship is also valued. Should you ever need a place to process, you are always welcome for a beverage of indeterminate nature at the last dregs. All right. I really liked both of these quest lines, and I'm glad that I decided to show them on stream. I wish I'd thought of it earlier and also shown the Hippo Riders stuff on stream, but ah well. Bloodsworn. The Bloodsworn Baristas could be a guild in a video game. Probably. Anyway, Be ready for the Warriors prank, everyone? The epilogues are complete. Well, we should look at Elysian a little bit. You might want to know, what am I pranking with the Warriors prank? And the answer is the game itself. You may know, with regard to Warriors, that they are adept at soloing things that they shouldn't. Pardon me, it appears I am experiencing an emotion, said this Nibiran. Flora identification requested. Tree represents the world, us its leaves. Interconnected units, as are we. That's just some real nice incidental dialogue here and there. So, do you know what else you can solo as a warrior? Let's take a trip to Thavnair, shall we? Hello! I've completed the epilogues, and you're just in time for the Warriors prank, as I've called it. It's time to prank the video game. I'll have to give away the game plan because I don't remember things well enough. Here over in my key items, we have the highest level current treasure map that exists. Where is this on the dang map? Ah. I know where that is. That's right. Warriors can solo the Excitatron. Now, whether or not we actually get the Excitatron, I don't know. They are capable of soloing the entire thing. I tried it a couple times. I got to round 4 once and died because I wasn't using my cooldowns responsibly enough, probably. So, like, it's not free. At least after the first few parts, it's not free. It's a little bit free at first. Whoops. You can't move when you're doing that. Oh wait, yeah, you can. Alright. Time to prank the video game. Give me the goods. I'm no expert at warrior, by the way. Ah. Now it's me who's being pranked. So the real difficult part of this group of enemies is seeing the AoEs under everything, because the enemies are not small, it would seem. Oh, there's more. It'd be funny if there was like one enemy group that you couldn't really reliably solo and I pulled it in my attempt at demonstrating this, but I don't think that's possible. The problem with the outside portion of this is that you do have a time limit. I stunned you late, but it didn't really matter. You have a time limit inside too, but it's like way more generous. Alright, this particular enemy group with having spawning reinforcements and all that does seem to be on a tighter time limit than some of them. I think at 2 targets you switch to single. And it'd be real embarrassing if I actually pulled the one enemy group that I couldn't win for free against. If that's a thing. Just die. There you are. Well, we didn't get the portal. So that's unfortunate. But, like, you get the idea. I suppose. I did get exciting fiber, though. You know what? The funny thing about this is I'm pretty sure that being able to solo this is profitable enough that I can just buy infinite maps and, like, keep trying forever and eventually still end up profiting. Oh wow, they're cheap now. Wow. Oh, I was gonna say, it looked like it was just in the middle of nothing. I mean, it kind of is in the middle of nothing still. Let's try one more time. I wanna actually show the Excitotron itself on stream if possible. Thank you for petting Calicam. Garlemald is a lot more than 40% nothing at this point. Oh! Because it got blown up, you see. I can go over here, that's faster. The oh is because that's... I don't know, is that an insult in poor taste? Probably not, because a lot of what they did was in poor taste, so, you know. Right, it's the sad station. That's what this is. Welcome to the sad station, where everyone is sad. Also, this warrior axe is funny. It's like a pizza cutter. You don't know what you're messing with, random wildlife. I'm here to look at the snow. I think it's around here. Oh, a little bit over this way more. This is not actually a location that is marked on the map of all of the treasure map locations. Oh, you know what? I'm silly. I can have my Chocobo help with this part. That'll speed it up a little bit. Basic vomit, as opposed to complicated vomit? Don't answer that. Oh, are you doing the boss mechanic even as an enemy? Yes, you are. Pay attention to the rows then. Oh, my Chocobo is getting obliterated. So maybe Boaster's not the most help, but they are distracting. I can shake it off to help Boaster a bit. Oh, basic in a chemical sense. That would make sense also. You'll have to forgive me for not considering the chemistry of the vomit. Y'all calm down a bit. I think the Chocobo does help to some degree. I feel like that went better than the previous time. Haha, what if I use Nascent Flash on Boaster? Clearly a good idea. I can stun you out of that attack, and in general. My warrior gear is quote-unquote only eye level 640, by the way. And you don't get item sync down in the outdoor portion of treasure maps, so I could improve my gear for this purpose. Theoretically. Uh-oh. Okay, it's... Nope. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's fine. It doesn't matter. Oh right, there's only 2 enemies left. Aw, come on. It knows I'm streaming. Hamster. Hamster, please. Hamster, you are phasing through my face. I'm being counter-pranked. Ah, well. Well, you get the idea. Maybe I'll start soloing a treasure map every stream until we get the freaking Excitatron. It's not a... It's easy. Anyway. Once more into the void. Once more into the void. I could do the story as warrior too if I wanted to, but I guess I'll be sage. Sage is by far my best geared, well, by a little bit, my best geared job. 650 with 660. I still need to do... You know what? That is that one Baldur's Gate character. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 anyway. I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate 3. Nor do I particularly want to be honest. But if it doesn't have Minsk and Boo in it, then they've done something wrong. Anyway. Once more into the void. Ah, this is where shirtless Justinian shows up. Got it. I'm annoyed by that, but I'll manage. First though, gonna do this. Or that. Congratulations to those who win. Condolences to those who did not. And hello. Let us proceed, I suppose. Once more, unto the void. Ah, Sucro. As always, your timing is most fortuitous. I wish to share with you news concerning Zero. Someone has a golden Namazu. You will recall that in exchange for ether, she agreed to aid us in our search for my sister. At Yashtola's suggestion, I began providing said ether in the form of food. Zero has found the arrangement to be agreeable and has been eating steadily. In large part due to that, she claims to have already made a full recovery. If you and the others are ready as well, I would set forth for the void once more. Nod. Excellent. I shall inform Yashtola and Istinian, and then go to collect my other vessel from the alchemists. In the meantime, might I ask you to fetch Zero? She was absent when I visited her chambers earlier, but I suspect you will find her in the corridor connecting Yuj and Kama. It seems she's grown partial to the view of the city it affords. Once we have attended to our respective tasks, let us gather here. Time to zero in on her location. Ho 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 ho. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. 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 Ho 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 ho. Oh, she's above this hallway. Better make sure I have my cardia applied. You never know when you'll need it. If I did play the story as warrior, I could probably do double pulls in the dungeon, because I did actually try that with warrior duty support a bit ago. And it does work. At least for some dungeons. Trade is resumed. Great news. Howdy, Zero. How you doing?
Everyone is so carefree.
Well, a lot's happened, but we made it through, so...
Unafraid and unconcerned in spite of their weakness. And how easily their lives could be torn apart in an instant.
There ain't much that does tearing apart our lives around here these days.
Such luxuries are lost to us. We have no hopes or dreams, and even the release of death. Only hunger. Others are a means to an end. At times, a literal one. We forge covenants with men and come here to feed. Or to die. I thought it would be no different when I was summoned by Xenos. Lives were tools to him, to be used and discarded at whim. In that respect, he was a void-sent at heart.
Yeah, that guy sucked.
But towards you, and you alone, he behaved differently. And I cannot fathom why.
He was real obsessed with fighting, and I beat him in a fight, and then he got real obsessed with me, and it was uncomfortable for everyone involved, except for him, I guess. Now he's dead.
What was it that drove him? What made him choose such an end?
Being a weirdo. Who sucks. Can you tell I don't like Xenos? Have we established this enough? Yes.
But enough about that man.
Yeah.
He is dead and we are all better for it.
That's true. You know, you get a free dab for that one, Zero.
Why are you here? Was there something you needed?
We were looking for you.
To the stars.
Exactly.
You, cease and desist. The beauty made his eyes moist. Find a technician.
Destroy!
I will go as well.
By the way, the redeem for that now lists the number of possible haikus that are available with that redeem, and I added like 5 to 7 more to each of the 3 lines, I think. At least I think it says. Yeah, there are currently 318,240 possible haikus that can be generated by that redeem. Collect them all, or don't. Anyway, Zero's agreeing to go back to the Void. It is a lot. There's like around, but not exactly, like 70 for each of the 3 lines, so whatever it is, high 60s, low 70s for each of them, all of those multiplied. It's math. It's pretty easy to add new lines in, I just have to think of them. And sometimes I do. And the numbers get more number. I'm still endlessly amused by the haikus. So I'm glad that I made that. Yeah. I sold dark hemp, which implies the existence of dark weed. Anyway, what's up, Ishtola? I've been at the great work discussing our experiences in the void with the alchemists. Though they found much of it surprising, they were especially shocked to learn that darkness prevents souls from finding rest. So much ether. I can't remember the last time I felt such fullness. I could get used to this. Justinian is not shirtless yet. If you're ready to get back to it, then so am I, which is good. I vaguely know of a scene where that happens, and it seems overly gratuitous and completely unnecessary from what I know. Anyway. It could be like near the end of this or something.
Everyone is here? Good. Let us set forth for the void once more.
I might also just be thinking of the official art of shirtless Justinian that also exists.
What is it?
That is completely gratuitous and unnecessary. Oh. It's in the patch after this one? Okay. Is that good?
He's calling.
Eh?
What is the meaning of this?
Unless I'm mistaken, that was intended for one of your kin. Who?
It was for the briefest of moments, but I felt her. Ashdire.
What? How can that be possible?
I thought she was in the void.
As did I. Yet the presence was unmistakable. Thus did I call out, only for it to fade and vanish.
Perhaps she crossed over to the source, then immediately turned back.
Like that one gif from The Simpsons. Ishtola's favorite television show.
I do not know. Could she have found a way home?
I think my immediate guess is that there are portals from the void to this realm opening, and you sensed her through a portal.
The how of it aside, if she was indeed in the source, there may be clues where she came through that could lead us back to her. Where exactly was it that you felt her presence?
Or it's a trick to get us caught in a prank.
Far to the north.
Hanging
was
up
all
her
I could
eye.
discern.
They could do that, couldn't they? That'd be quite something.
The north, you say? Beyond the bounty? Garlemald?
Oh, they finally put something in Garlemald. It's a
As
dragon.
good a place to start as any.
Somebody writing
My
the
apologies,
patches.
Zero, but your return to the void will have to wait.
You forgot to move your mouth for some of those words. Someone writing the patches, I guess, realized that they'd forgotten to use Garlemald more for this part, so they put it back in there.
I told you before that I have no reason to go back there. Do as you will.
All right. I presume you wish to stay here in Radzatan until we return.
Hat tip. We should be tallying these, but we're not. I should be tallying.
You've
these.
kept me amply fed. I wouldn't be averse to helping you on your search.
You've given me like 100 apples. Gasp.
If Ashdaya was indeed here, other Voidsent may have made the journey as well. Very well. We would welcome your company.
If it's decided, then I'll contact our associates in Garlemald.
Man, it'll be weird for Zero to go to Garlemald's. Since that's probably the part of this world that she's seen the most of. Because, like, Xenos and all that. But also, I guess she's using a fighting style that, on our world, originates from Garlemald. Or is, like, it's a parallel to one that does so. There were multiple reasons to have
me.
Zero go to Garlemald.
Still talking everyone's ears off, I trust? Understood. We'll see you there.
Oh, I guess Zero gets to meet the twins, too. That'll be
We'll
funny.
rendezvous at Tertium.
It's time to go to the SAD station.
We'll need to teleport to make it there in time. Can you?
Aye. I know it well from my time as an avatar.
Number of times that the story remembers that people can teleport and has them do so. Also needed to be tallied. She could have picked
Then
up the
it
fighting
seems we're
style
all
from
set.
Xenos, that's true. Or at least some part of it.
If there is nothing else, let us see to our final preparations.
Her fighting style is better because she's not Xenos, though. God's Revel, lands tremble, or as my obscuring face makes it, says God's Revel, land trem. God's Revel when the local area network connection is made less of a burden on their PC by being trimmed down. Legs go, Sucro. Legs go, Mega Man is actually one of the haiku lines I added the last time I added haiku lines. Because that's 5 syllables. I think I put it in the first line. You don't think Xenos knows how to air dash? Okay, so I don't know enough about Dissidia, or specifically Dissidia NT, but I do know that Xenos is in that. So if there is an air dash type of movement in Dissidia NT, then he does. It seems like a game where it would be conceivable for an air dash to exist. Well, I mean, I don't know if it would be a universal thing, even if it did. I actually have 2 Dissidia NT Xenos voice clips on my soundboard from before I hated him forever.
Pathetic.
That's one of them. But then there's also,
I have a plan.
which is kind of funny. It's funny, I should go look at them again because it's kind of funny to hear Xenos call out, like, objectives and stuff. Dissidia does have air dashing? It's an ability of the world and not the people. Okay. Dissidia Xenos would know how to air dash for the same reason that Little Mac knows how to double jump. Fair enough. You all make good points. I wish I remembered more about the voice clips because Xenos calling out like objectives and stuff is kind of funny now, I think. If that's... I'm pretty sure that happens, but I don't remember any of them. Probably like, defend the tower and stuff like that. Capture the point. Push the little cart. I want to hear Xenos telling people to push the cart in Team Fortress 2. Anyway, we have no reason to doubt Vritra. Let us depart for Garlemald as soon as possible. I don't remember if NT also has the flying. It's fairly different from the older Dissidias. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, so... Sister, was it really you?
Overtime, 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 overtime.
True. I played Dissidia NT for like 1 second. I think I tried Ramza. I thought it was very funny that Ramza had throw stone, I believe, if I remember correctly. So that was a dragon's roar. Quite a trick imbuing one's voice with ether. By all accounts, Ajdaya is Golbez's prisoner, yet if she was in the source, it could be that she managed to escape from the void, if only for a fleeting moment. But that is mere conjecture. If we want the truth, then we must go and find it. Come, let's make for Tertium. Our friends are waiting. Also, they hadn't said Tertium before in speech. And I think I don't know if Tertium is the correct way to say it in Latin. It might be Tertium or either, but I think he said Tertium. Anyway, I wonder if any of the Scions are distracted by the funny hamster that's here now. Oh yeah, he has the run around casting shout and yell thing too. Wow, we actually teleported in the cutscene. Varshan acquired cold weather gear, and Y'shtola too. They both acquired cold weather wear in the middle of a teleport. How did they do that? Sorry, Boaster, you're gonna be a little bit in the way, so I need you to go into the Chocobo dimension. I trust you know the associates who will be joining us. Hopefully they've been keeping well. People live in such places, do they? Not that I would presume to know their preferences, but it seems uncomfortable. Well, the Garleans originally didn't come to live here by choice, Zero. I thought to depart from Radzatan sooner, but Y'shtola insisted I bring warmer clothes. This vessel does not feel cold as such, but she reminded me that so long as I am Varshan, it would be prudent not to appear overly conspicuous. Y'shtola forgetting the large portion of the player base that does not care about the climate their characters in one way or another. Including me, wearing a heavy coat for like every location in Heavensward, even when it was Magma Zone or whatever.
Any moment now.
My friends, 'tis good to see you again.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Alphino in the main story. Like, it's been since the end of 6.0 since these two were involved, because they've been here the whole time.
And you. I was worried that the cold wouldn't agree with you, but you're both looking quite well.
You get used to it. It helps that there's no shortage of fuel and heaters like before.
Oh, that's good that they've solved that.
Glad to hear it. Have you been working in Garlemald all this time?
I don't recognize the robe that Y'shtola is wearing. I feel like that's a model available to the player, but I don't know what it is.
We have. Though the worst is behind them, the people still have a long road ahead. They've taken steps towards forming an interim government, but it will be some time before any large-scale reconstruction effort can be carried out in earnest.
It'll probably happen in 7.x or so.
So we'll keep doing what we can until they can finally stand on their own.
Crystarium healing robes? Oh yeah, that's right. Crystarium stuff, some of it does have that pattern to it.
A lot of Garleans wanted nothing to do with us, but they're starting to come round. Slowly, but surely.
You're doing a fine job, or it sounds like quite the undertaking. Sounds like y'all are doing great.
You're too kind. But it's thanks to the cooperation of like-minded souls that we've been able to make any progress.
Well,
The allied nations continue to send supplies, which allow us to meet basic needs such as food and shelter.
you're not giving yourself enough credit there, Alphino. You're part of the reason that they're cooperating.
Meanwhile, Euless and a number of soldiers have begun a restoration initiative, with more and more volunteers joining by the day.
No.
Like Alphino said, they've got a long road ahead of them. But we'll get there together, one step at a time.
I think there were a number of nods I didn't mention. But,
Though you
know.
yourself helped them take one especially big step, didn't you? In vanquishing that blasphemy in the Tower of Babel?
I guess. Nod.
Thank you.
Wasn't just me, though.
I can only hope that your deed will help the people to find peace and closure.
Wait. Wait, no. That's a line because I did all the job quests. I was thinking anima, but no. That was the job quest epilogue. It took me a second to realize that. That's cool.
But enough about events here. What brings you to us? And with new company, besides.
About time they addressed Zero. I was wondering when they would notice or mention her.
This may take rather a long time to explain, but bear with me.
The 13th! After traveling to the edge of existence, I thought you'd keep your escapades closer to home for a while.
Y'shtola will never do that.
But I suppose there's no stopping you. Not that I'm one to talk, of course.
Y'shtola is all about the wacky escapades.
The heart of an adventurer cannot be denied.
Something like that, yeah. And a researcher.
You could have at least invited me, too. Surely there was room enough for me and Grahar in the Undersea Vault.
You were busy. You were doing important stuff. I'm sorry. Sorry, and I thought you were busy. I thought you were busy doing stuff. I didn't mean to. Sucro looks so actually genuinely sad.
I know. I only meant to tease. Mostly.
I think Sucro probably
But
has
on a more
trouble
serious
recognizing
note,
when people are
we sure
teasing.
it's wise to keep Xenos' former avatar around? I understand how you came to work together, but nevertheless...
First of all, she's her own person. Secondly, she doesn't care about Xenos. She's no
You're
allegiances.
Right to be cautious. I'm a void sent, after all. But do not conflate me with Xenos.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
To recall my time in his service, it angers me.
Is that so? I think we'll get along just fine, you and I.
I also am mad about that guy. Yeah, Zero has been trustworthy so far.
Now that we are all caught up, to the matter at hand.
Xenos hater solidarity. Yeah. She does know about anger.
As we were about to resume our search in the void, I felt the presence of my sister Ajdaya in the source. Somewhere in the far north, perhaps even here in Galdemald. If you have seen or heard anything out of the ordinary, I must know.
I'm guessing this is
As a matter
probably...
of fact, we may have.
I'm guessing this is also probably the patch where they will acknowledge that I have Reaper levels, which I must remind you is not canon. Zero wasn't summoned at the time of that happening, so it's difficult to say. It's unclear how much she knows when she's not directly involved.
In recent days, we have had to contend with a surprising number of Voidsent. And not the lesser kind that occasionally manifest, but ones possessed of considerable power.
Okay, so my hunch about portals opening was at least partially correct.
You think they might have been summoned? By whom?
Reaper avatars are always watching your life like a Twitch streamer? Does that mean that Sucro's non-canon Reaper avatar is watching right now? Whoever that might be.
We're not sure. But as Euless reminded us, practitioners of a certain traditional Garlean art rely upon Voidsent servants.
This is the line, right? Where they're going to tell me that I'm familiar with the... I know about them acknowledging it, and I think I've seen the specific line at least once, just through looking at the internet. There's no money in the void. Looking at me directly.
The very same I believe you have mastered.
I mean, I am level 90, but I don't particularly main that. I mean, no, that's not canon.
While there are no known Reapers left in Garlemald, we can't rule out the possibility that some are working in secret.
That ain't canon, Alphino. I was expecting, like, before I saw Alphino, I think I saw Alphino say that line as a screenshot somewhere because somebody posted it with the joke that they had, like, only just unlocked it. But Alphino still says it if you have Reaper unlocked or something like that. Something like that. It was a comic, I think, maybe? I should stop looking at Final Fantasy XIV Reddit, but sometimes it has funny posts on it. I don't know.
To summon not one, but several powerful Voidsent is no small feat. But if Ajdaya was indeed called from the void...
I would be interested if there were ever... like, you get to meet your Reaper avatar in the future. Oh, right, yeah, that's the same one I saw. The Warrior of Light only having done, like, tribal quests.
Then it is likely the same party is responsible. Alternatively, the etheric confluence at the Tower of Babel may have triggered an expansion of natural fissures one could use to cross over. But I think that improbable, if not impossible.
Still sounds like the Tower of Babel is a good place to start checking, because it'd be a good place to open ones on purpose, right?
Being orchestrated.
If the Tower of Babel could activate void fissures on accident, it's probably a good confluence for using it on purpose or whatever. Confluence may or may not be the right word.
Well, summoned or no, we've been trying to track them to their origin. It's the mountains to the east, we think.
Can you guide us there?
I would, but the terrain is too difficult to traverse on foot. Nor is flying an option due to the winds.
Sounds like a dungeon.
Too much ground to cover in any case. Is there no way to narrow it down?
Don't worry, it'll be linear when we find the entrance.
There is one place we thought to look first. An isolated village rumored to have once been home to a Reaper order.
That would indeed make an excellent start, though the question of how to get there remains.
Euless may be of assistance. Let us return to Camp Broken Glass and consult him.
Nod. Hey look, there's a Reaper. Someone else. We have to escape Sad Garlemald. .mp4, .mp3. .og. .midi. Or mid. I wish I knew more funny sound file extensions that are not used anymore. Wait, no, I do. .bam, the best sound file type ever made. Everyone loves the BAM file. People here struggle to survive as it is. The last thing they need is for Garlemald to be overrun with Voidsent. Shoutouts to anyone who knows what a BAM file is, by the way. A village of Voidsent users. Lest you think I have feelings on this, I don't. What others do is not my concern. I expect it's been a while since you spoke with Euless. You'll be glad to see you. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary here at the camp. Let us see what we find at this village. I had tempered my hopes, but thanks to Alphino and Alize, we might yet learn something of Ashdaya. I knew the twins wouldn't disappoint. I appreciate that Justinian has found a leaning spot. Oh, it's raining. Oh, Sucro, what a welcome surprise. I see you're traveling with a large crew as usual. Not to suggest that's an inconvenience for us. We'd be happy to share our supplies with you and your allies, should you require any. Smile. Apologies if we interrupt, Euless, but there is a matter we wish to discuss. Nod. We just finished our routine briefing, so you come at a good time. Is this about the Voidsent? It is. From what we can discern, they're coming from the mountains to the east. Practitioners of the Reaper arts once lived in that area, did they not? Yes, they had a village there in the Lapis Manalis caverns. The Scythe Wielders forged pacts with Voidsent and took to battle with the beings at their side. For a time, they played an invaluable role in our military, but the advent of Magitech saw them fall out of favor. And when some were unmasked as insurrectionists, the order was outlawed. The village is believed to be long abandoned. Speaking of their art, seems you picked it up. Who was it that taught you? I don't know what you're talking about, it's non-canon. Well, I suppose it's neither here nor there now. My sister has been taken captive by Voidsent. I sensed her presence in this land and I've come in search of her. If Voidsent have been sighted here, then I believe there is a connection. We should like to investigate these caverns you mentioned, but Alphino tells us they are not easily reached. I'm afraid so. Deep snow and tumultuous winds rule out walking and flying. If you want to get anywhere, you'll need a Magitech snowcraft. The last remaining functional one we had was broken down. It'd still be over in Cerulean Ingens when it was abandoned. Is there anyone who can fix it? Perhaps the former engineers at Tapper's Den. Their duty included transporting ceruleum tanks to Yoturna Platform G using snowcraft. Expect they had to maintain a few over the years. That's worth looking into, I'd say. In the course of delivering provisions, I've come to know the people there quite well. If they can help us, I'm sure they will. Nod. May I ask you to accompany her? Given the presence of Voidsent, it's best that we avoid traveling alone. Nod. In the meantime, will you not tell me more about the mountain? I would like to learn as much as I can before commencing our search in earnest. Come with me. I'll introduce you to someone who's well versed in the local geography. Alize, was it? I wish to speak with you. In that case, why don't you come with us to Tapper's Den? We can chat on the way. Nod. We have to fix a truck of some kind, yeah? I shall go and brief the contingent on the void scent issue, that they too may be prepared. Garlemald, also known as Kurthus Western Highlands 2. At least in terms of it being a giant, wide open, snowy area with very few aetherites that you have to fly across. Not as much as Western. Is it Western? It's no, it's Western. There's a little bit more going on here than there was in Western Highlands, but one of the other many things I read recently was people talking about what their least favorite zone was, and Western Kurthus was brought up at least once for being so large and wide open, and the only aetherite being like at the start of it, which is not dissimilar from Garlemald. I don't mind too much though. If you want to eavesdrop, be my guest. Doesn't matter to me. Alrighty then. I gotta see the cutscene somehow.
What was it you wished to talk about?
Why do you help these people?
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of walking around there.
What is it that you stand to gain?
Oh, right. People haven't been introduced to Zero's sense of morality that was developed on the 13th.
I'm sorry?
You don't act on behalf of a higher power, nor are you bound by a contract. In spite of this, you help them. Why?
Right, this theme again. Sad FF4 main theme leitmotif.
And there I thought it was something serious. I help them because I want to. Because it's the right thing to do.
But what do you stand to gain? You didn't answer the question.
Didn't I? I followed my heart. What I got out of it came after. Was there anything else? If not, let's keep moving.
Right.
Hat tip.
To act not out of obligation or in pursuit of gain. To simply live. And they survive like this.
I don't know if I perceived that Zero's hair has like streaks of blue in it before. It's a very dark navy that is very close to the dark gray that the rest of the hair is, which is the same as the color of her outfit, because there's a little bit of blue here and there in that. She's very color coordinated. I like your design. She's also very confused right now. Despite how long it took me to get here, I think I've actually heard very little about Zero in general. I think I mentioned that before. Like, I knew her design. I knew that she was Xenos' Reaper avatar. But I don't think I'd heard much else about her, including like other people's opinions, but I like her so far as a character. We should get back to it, but before we do, are you all right, Zero? Did I say something that confused or upset you? No. I'm simply trying to understand your perspective. If you wish to continue, I'm ready and able. Well, that's a relief. This isn't the sort of place you want to mull over things. It's not much farther to Tapper's Den. I doubt we'll have much trouble finding an engineer when we arrive, so let's speak with the first one we spot. It'd be funny if Sid was there for no reason. I heard you needed an engineer in this part of the story, and I felt left out. No, it's Spirited Engineer. Everyone's favorite character. Because it's the right thing to do. This is one of the engineers, I think. I'm pretty sure that is the Alliance Jacket of Healing, which I specifically, or maybe it's a Gambison, I don't know. I specifically ran the burn unsynced a few times trying to get this to see if it'd be good for fashion, but I didn't find it. Wait, I know you. You're the one who roughed up the guards. After you left, your contingent friends came along. Our lives are a lot easier now thanks to them. They understood our plight and offered to help, whether we wanted to stay here or return home. For that, we're truly grateful. We're grateful to you too, Alize. The trip across the lake's hardly pleasant, but you make it all the same to bring us provisions. Oh, don't mention it. We're just glad we can help. That said, we were actually hoping to ask a favor of you today. We need a Magitech snowcraft repaired, the one abandoned in Cerulean Engines. We were told you might be up to the task. Ah, so you want to ride the mammoth? Questioning head though? That's what we took to calling the crafts on account of their size. As often as I use them on rigs, I know a thing or two about their maintenance. See if I can get your mammoth roaring again. It's the least I can do to repay your kindness. Wonderful. Please come with us back to Camp Broken Glass and we'll take it from there. So far so good, Sucro. Let's be on our way. I keep forgetting that umbrellas and minions take up the same space somehow. So anytime I go into the rain, the hamster dissolves immediately into an umbrella. It is a phenomenon with no explanation, other than a technical one. Internally, umbrellas are vehicles? That makes a lot of sense. There are also two parasols, which are literally vehicles that you can buy for real dollars. Thank goodness we were able to find someone to help with repairs. Don't you worry, the mammoth is in good hands. You mortals are more sensitive to the cold than I realized. My body is made differently, so I feel nothing. Yeah, maybe one day they'll untangle some of the spaghetti code that they keep talking about, if that's even possible. Welcome back. I presume this is the engineer who will help us with the craft? Nod. I'll do everything I can to get her up and running again. But I doubt I'll be able to do so quickly, at least on my own. The mammoth is big and so are its parts. Some strong back should make the work go faster. You have ours. You've finished learning about the mountain, I take it? Nod. Aye, we have a solid grasp of that area, as well as the site of the snowcraft. My back is perhaps not as strong as some, but I should be glad to stand guard for Voidsent and other unruly wildlife. Much obliged, miss. Let's all head over to the mammoth and assess what needs fixin'. Nod. Zero, this is your chance to help people without anything that you stand to gain for it. They have matters here well in hand, which means we can resume our duties. Would you care to assist us, Sucro? Leave it to me. How about you, Zero? Hat tip. She keeps doing this. I will assist you as well, as payment for answering my question. It's hardly something that demands payment, but we'd be glad for your contribution nonetheless. I think Zero is going to start, like... I think Zero is slowly starting to just want to do things for the sake of doing them, and is going to continue using payment for X and Y as some sort of excuse. As an endearing character trait. Just getting socialized, that's one way to put it, I suppose. And yeah, the code stuff would be a lot to undertake, I'm sure. But yeah, I think Zero is framing this as payment for answering the question entirely as a way to justify to herself to help at this point. Or at least partially. Alphino has been added to the Codex. And Alize. It's actually pretty funny that they haven't been in there. I keep forgetting that I have the dang Codex. One day I'll look at it. I can't say I understand Alize's answer, but a debt is a debt. Even if it's a debt that you just made up, huh? First I didn't know what to make of Zero, but her frankness speaks to me. I like her. Alize has detected fellow violence and straightforwardness. Person. Kindled spirit. Urchin pasta. I mean, ooh, Hitos. I don't know enough about cooking. Maybe that's viable. My thanks again for agreeing to help. The Ilsabard contingent brings in shipments of food, medicine, and other necessities by airship. We have yet to deliver a share of supplies to Tertium, and I would appreciate it if one of you could assist us with the task today. I'll do it. Well, Sucro, it looks like you're with me then. Voids sightings have been increasing by the day, which is why I had a mind to go out and patrol the Eblin Rime. Shall we? That's possible. I might be a little bit biased when I think that names are like very significant. So like, that one makes a lot of sense to me. So I guess that was offered to her, so maybe she has a different understanding. Maybe like payment for the name was a solution or suggestion offered to her, so she has a different understanding of what we value. I guess that's possible. But names are important. Voidsent were spotted here not long ago. Considering the proximity to Camp Broken Glass, everyone is understandably concerned. But hopefully not for much longer. You follow this road eastward, and I'll have a look to the north. Should you encounter any Voidsent, I won't begrudge you for dispatching them without me. Do you think Alphino will begrudge me for stealing his job? At all? I almost stole Thancred's job for like a while, but... I wonder which of these two destinations visible on screen is the one that has Voidsent at it. Can you guess? Children's TV show type of question. Can you see the Voidsent? That's right. It's the one that's purple. You survey your surroundings, but do not spy any errant Voidsent. I guess we have to check all of them. It would be a good bit if one of the non-purple sparklies was actually the threat. Like that fake save point in Chrono Trigger. The save point mimic. They should have a destination mimic that's just like these sparklies, but they start attacking you. Spider. Oh, there was a purple over here too. That random wildlife might get mad at me for looking at the purple. Gnats? And they're just called gnats? I forgot that there was Voidsent bug. Come on. Come on, y'all. Cooperate with my... Oh, there we... Wait. Nope, that one's not in the radius this time. They were arranged perfectly to... Oh. Now the gnats are larger. Those last three were arranged perfectly to dodge the AoE. The wildlife doesn't appear to care right now. Maybe they aggro by sight only. You know, I don't actually know if, like, the deep dungeon aggro rules apply to other non-deep dungeon enemies. Like, are there ones that differ in how they are aggroed? Like, sight, sound, and proximity, I believe, are the three. Time to get some free experience points. Yay. I noticed a hunt mark, so I had to do that. It would make sense if they did. Also, this is the coolest gunblade, in my opinion, because it's a gun axe instead. Gax is halfway between a Nickelodeon slime-like substance and a terrible lizard. The gadget. Now that's just close to a gambling. Hooray. But yeah, this is a cool axe, I think. Coco Gadget. I suppose that works. I was thinking of Gak. It's not the Nickelodeon slime, but it's like the same general idea. Ah. Alize has fenced a spider to death. What job would use slime as their weapon?
All finished, are we? Good.
The molder. They mold the slime, clearly. Anyway, yeah. Spider killed. Gnats killed. Sucro won Mario Paint minigame.
The cold doesn't let up out here, does it? They've the means to keep everyone warm at Camp Broken Glass and Tertium. But the measures are still only temporary.
Sucro, we have to kill the rain.
Subsisting on charity.
It makes things colder.
Dreading the day the sympathy of others is exhausted. It's no way to live. They need lasting safety and security.
Ferment for, huh? Are you suggesting that the slime job is a healer? Because that seems like a healer way of leveling up a skill. Hello and welcome.
Though things will never be as they once were.
I think we have killed the god of rain, actually. We've killed at least one god who makes it rain. Though they were a primal and not really the god. But we've also defeated gods, and at least one of them was probably responsible for weather, at least partially.
If we can restore a modicum of normalcy to their lives, maybe that will be enough for them to move forward.
I'm not entirely sure why Alize is given this speech right now. We have to do it again. Well, I'm sure we'll get to a third rain-adjacent, deity-adjacent figure at some point. The primal I was thinking of was Susano, who did summon rain, at least. The game is written as a stage play. Sometimes more obviously than others, I suppose.
If we're to achieve that, we have to work harder. I have to work harder.
You're doing your best, anyone can see that, or just try not to overdo it, eh? This would be the most hypocritical thing for Sucro to say possible at this moment. You're doing your best, and everyone can tell.
Oh? Lest you misunderstand, I wasn't fishing for a compliment. As I said, I'm doing this because I want to.
Are you also soliloquizing because you want to? Because I get it. I've probably done that before.
Still, I appreciate your support.
Smile. I feel like you should have given that speech for Zero.
Our work here is done.
With Zero being around. Because that's kind of what she's confused
I
about.
hope Alphino and Zero haven't gotten into any trouble. I cannot imagine how awful it must have been to serve as Xenos' avatar. To not only suffer him, but so much else.
Working for Xenos must suck because you have to deal with Xenos and other things? Yeah, yeah.
She's a fighter, all right. Like you and me.
Smile. Meanwhile, at Tertium, Alphino and Zero have gotten into a bit of a pickle. Also had to suffer Fandaniel, that's true. Okay, it's not a pickle. It's apples and some cheese. And bread.
Thank you, miss. Thank you.
Zero just holding this basket of bread with a blank expression.
This feels strangely familiar.
Zero would have tipped her hat, but her hands are full. So she's doing her best to tip her hat, like, effectively, by looking down. Zero is analyzing the bread.
Excuse me, Alphino. My wife, she's come down with a high fever. Do you think you could take a look at her?
Of course. Give me a moment. Zero, may I leave the rest here to you?
Fine by me.
I'll keep holding the bread.
Thank you again for your help. Zero, was it? I take it you're one of Alphino's comrades?
I think I misremembered Eulis's accent a little bit. Or exaggerated it a bit too much.
Comrade? We've entered into a cooperative pact, if that's what you mean.
Pact? No, nothing so formal. What I mean is, you must know each other well. Be on good terms, enjoy each other's company, that sort of thing.
They just met.
Then no, he's not my comrade. I have none. Nor will I ever, I think.
Euless, you have no idea who you've just wandered into a conversation with. You lack the context for
Did I say
this.
something odd?
Maybe.
No, not at all. On the contrary, it makes sense. When Alphino and the contingent first arrived, we rejected them out of hand.
True.
Whatever they may have claimed, they were the enemy. Savages with their savage ways. To accept their help was to admit defeat. But no matter how poorly we treated them, they didn't turn their backs on us. They stayed and listened. That's just the kind of people they are. Makes sense they'd get along with someone like you who tries to push others away.
Wow. Euless, that's maybe a little bit harsh to just say to someone, but...
Get along. I'm upholding my part of the bargain. There's nothing more to it than that.
As far as...
If you say so. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten why I came. Are you hungry? We all get rations, and considering the work you're doing, you're as good as one of us.
I am running low on ether. Very well.
Azim step-style dumplings. Butz, they call them.
Oh. Boots is... I think we talked about how to pronounce that when they didn't say it out loud way back in Stormblood. Dumpling.
Never had a dumpling. It's like a kind of bread stuffed with a filling. Meat or vegetables usually, that you bake or steam. We have our own recipes in Garlemald too. My mother liked to make them. My brother and sister always fought over the jam-filled ones. Just think of it as bread, all right?
Wow, lovingly animated food. Did you see, like... I don't love food. In fact, I often have a grudge against food, but they, like, animated it pulling apart. There was, like, some elasticity to that bread. That's wild to me. To see in this game. Yeah, there's the close-up of it. Zero is so baffled by this.
I should warn you though, they're spicy. Helps them keep longer, I assume. Too much for the children to handle though.
Oh god, how's Zero going to react to spice? It is central to the scene. Seeing Zero be so confused about everything is...
Interesting.
That's a funny reaction to food.
Interesting good, or interesting...
I don't know much about taste. Not anymore. But I do feel a sensation in my mouth.
Oddly relatable lines in a video game. I have trouble tasting things, but I can detect spice, and it does add something to something that would otherwise just be dealing with texture. Lines that writers may or may not expect anyone to relate to and go, ah, I know this feeling.
Is that a bad thing?
Not necessarily.
That's enough for me. I've heard it said that spices are more akin to fire than flavors. Perhaps that makes them easier to understand.
I feel like Euless is somehow intuiting a lot about Zero without knowing anything about Zero. And also being very kind to her for how out of place she seems.
Acquainted with Zero, are we?
Sucro's here too.
I suppose I am.
I haven't really interpreted her as being depressed necessarily, but I guess she kind of is. Yeah, and sometimes you just intuit stuff. Odd.
No harm in that. Acquaint away.
Everyone is here. Excellent. Thank you all for your hard work.
Also, they have put a lot of attention into the boots being, like, slowly disappearing as eaten, or quickly in the case of Euless. She's still chewing.
I've just finished up myself. Shall we go and find Estinian?
I have a grudge against food sometimes, but the detail in this scene and Zero's actions relating to the food are endearing. Nod. What's Estinian up to? What's First Legion soldier up to? Oh, where'd the boots go? I guess she ate the rest of it. Sucro's expression was like, oh god, what now? Kind of. Now, what they should have done is have that as an option here. The food that we just talked about. I'm glad that heroes are a healer food, apparently. Those are pretty good. I'll take the money, though. I guess the boots would be a way out-leveled food at this point, because if it did exist as an item, it was probably in Stormblood. I've got a bad feeling about this. This seems urgent. He was out on patrol, so if he's come back early, then... Paper bag. Bread. Well, shouldn't you see what's wrong? An unforeseen bargain. Forgive me the interruption, but I come with grave news. A horde of Voidsent are approaching from the mountains to the east. The numbers are beyond anything we've ever seen. Alien onion boots. Boots? Boots? You have to say it a little bit differently from, like, the footwear, I think. What? But Y'shtola and the others? Anyone outside of Tertium is in danger. We must find and bring them all here at once. Can we count on your aid, Zero? I've already settled the debt for my question. I'm not obligated to help. But you just got some boots. What's more, death in this world is absolute. You asked me to put my life on the line. Without suitable payment, I will do no such thing. That's fair. What do we have to offer that might be enough? You're right, Zero. You're not obligated to help, and I wouldn't presume otherwise. Nevertheless, we are in need. Assuming the boots I gave you is worth anything, would you at least be willing to stand watch at this encampment? That way, more of us will be able to go out and see the people to safety. Very well. Unless we come under attack, I'll do no more than stand watch. I dare say Tertium will be safe enough with Zero here. Let us go and find Y'shtola and the others and assist with the evacuation. I hope somebody gives Zero some other cool spicy food or something so that she can be part of the party for the dungeon. I'm gonna be disappointed if Zero isn't in the duty support system at all. I sense a battle. Come, we need to find our comrades. Tertium will be fine. Euless and his people have weathered far worse. We should make haste to the snowcraft, where our friends and the engineer should be. Given their position, they may soon find themselves at the mercy of the Voidsent. If it comes to it, we must be prepared for battle. Oh no, is this a base PSO2 protect the transport mission? I'm ready, don't you worry. I guess that's also an NGS, actually. How about you, Sucro? Upon departing from Tertium, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time. Okay. Hey, anyone want to play this or that for a second? We got hit with the several cutscenes before we even got to the dungeon or the trial. Goodness. Well. Hello. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not, as usual. As far as patterns go, with this or that, it seemed like the Google coin flip was very weirdly biased, and I'm now using a coin flip on randomwordgenerator.com, which seems less biased, but let's flip a bunch of coins and see what happens. Heads. Tails. 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 Heads. Tails. Why? I think it's just my weird luck that is affecting the process. And not... It might not be the website. Okay, let's do 10 more flips. Alright, here we go. Tails. 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 Heads. Tails. Tails. Heads. Tails. Tails. You don't see him, but I'm being honest. That was really the thing. So, maybe I should find a third coin flipping website. What is happening? I think this is... I'm known to have a strange luck in many incidents, in many occurrences. So, I don't know. I might be corrupting the websites with my ghostly influence. Find a coin or throw dice. I don't have any coins or dice on hand. And the thing is, if I flipped a coin, it would like fly into my monitor and explode my entire computer. Flip a coin to determine which site to flip a coin on. Now you're thinking with coins. That's also true. But, like, I just got far more tails than heads in a fair... in a, like, an okay-sized number of trials, so... Who's ready for several cutscenes? In addition, you'll be required to participate in battle. Am I gonna have to play as Zero for part of this, maybe? That'd be cool.
Report. Lost contact. When? Void sent. I'd bet my life on it. Understood. I'll investigate at once. A unit transporting supplies has gone silent en route to Broken Glass. I will go and search for it. Stay here and keep watch. But be ready to answer my call.
Guardian salute.
If it was Void sent, you'd be a fool to go alone. They'll find you before you find your men, and then they'll devour you as well.
Perhaps you're right. Perhaps I don't stand a chance, but I can't just abandon them.
Gasp. Hat tip.
I can't repay you for the bread if you're dead. I'll go.
Red Dead Redemption. Let's go. Red Dead Repayment.
No, I couldn't possibly ask you to do that.
My favorite video game. Not really.
I'm far better suited to dealing with Void sent. It makes sense. Or do you mean to say you'd rather I stay here because you can't protect this place on your own?
This is the first time Zero tips her hat where the eye she would cover with it gets uncovered? I didn't notice.
Fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Promise me.
Nod. I think I will get to play Zero. I'm like 98% sure at this point. Hey look, it's all the Voidsent standing together in an AoE-able group.
Return to the camp. Now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Kindred, why do you interfere?
Because you suck. Lol.
Ah, of course.
Or that.
You sold your soul to feed.
Imagine if Zero just said that they sucked. That'd be weird. Also, no talking, only murder.
I have taken bread, but my soul is forever mine.
Oh, what's this theme? This is a new song. Also, we are playing a Zero. She does have Bloodbath. Infernal Slice combo. Makes sense. Engravement. Oh, there's her jump. Is this icon used for any Reaper skills? It doesn't look familiar. Nightmare Scythe combo. There's my AoE. Communio! I don't think this is an FF4 song. Her Communio icon is a different color than the Reaper's Communio icon. So it's just a cooldown for her. Okay.
A deal is a deal. I cannot let you pass.
This is not the same musical style as FF4, so unless it has a recognizable motif in it later. Oh, the jump is funny looking.
More of them. Still more.
Oh. It might be a guillotine? Maybe. The jump looks very funny. Okay, it's not a... Dang it, why are there always clowns? I mean... Clown! Get out of here, you. How many clowns do we need? Orb. Probably need to stand in the orb. Jongleur's X. Oh, there's more orb. I mean, okay, sometimes I might be okay at reading mechanics. And it didn't look the same as a normal... you got me there. I can't deny that I did intuit that one. One way or another. I don't know what I mean by saying one way or another, honestly. Oh no, that's most of my health. Yeah, that's not good when most of my health is gone. As long as Bloodbath is on cooldown, it's fine. What can I say, but it looks like a meteor circle, I guess.
I can't.
I think you're supposed to lose here, judging by how dramatic this was, but you can't quite make it to those. You might be able to do that, but probably not like the last one.
How? How big must the gate be for their light to come through?
I forget where we've seen the sitting model before.
Is this it then?
Nope, because someone's gonna show up to save the day heroically. Whoop. Pretty soon. Torgal and Mach, okay.
Just like that time.
This was in the trailer. Polite of all the Voidsent to
When
allow
light
this to happen.
Still shone upon the world. When the Contra Memoria still raged.
Collapsing in the snow was in the trailer. That makes sense. Yeah, first memories, then rescue. What's going on here? Well, there's Zero.
Stand aside if you value your life.
I think that's Crypt Lurker's gear? Maybe. Maybe not.
We're only after women and wine. Darkness can take the rest.
Wow. Bunch of jerks. And yeah, she does have a sword. Yeah, I think that's...
You're not taking another step towards that village.
I think that's definitely the Crypt Lurker's sword and shield.
Stupid girl. You were warned.
Non-binary adjacent? What, because people are looking for women in wine, but they're not considering her as part of that? I mean, I guess you could use that to read her as non-binary. But they also call her stupid girl immediately afterwards. She knows how to do a Dark Souls roll. Which makes it even more clear that she is a Dark Souls character. She also did a parry.
Gotcha.
Also, like Dark Souls, it's difficult to fight more than one opponent at a time. Yeah, I feel like they're not after her because
now we can get back to our business.
She's not like the defenseless type of person they're looking to exploit, as it were. That's my read on it. I guess she is a bit not gender non-conforming. Sometimes I don't remember that it's gender non-conforming to just like... I don't know, I read the clothing as gender neutral more than non-conforming.
Get up! Get up, damn you!
I don't have a complete grasp of what counts as that, I guess.
Too weak. I need help. Someone, please.
I sort of...
The same mistakes.
I don't know.
Same ends.
Gender norms are
Again
pretty
and
fuzzy
again.
sometimes.
What should I? What could I have done?
I would probably be considered gender non-conforming. For multiple reasons, depending on which perspective you're taking. Whomst. Ah, okay, this is back in this world. It's us.
You. What are you doing here?
Helping.
Y'shtola and Estinian had matters well in hand, so we went where we were needed.
Can you stand?
You're not finished yet, Zero. Let's fight together. We're a little late, but we've come to help you. Yeah. We're a bit late, but we're here to help. Hat tip even in this scenario.
All right.
A hero always arrives late. That's familiar.
I will let it burn. This fire in my breast. Let it burn and rage and guide.
I don't know exactly what that means, but sure. Coordinate with your comrades and defeat the void sent. If she means the spicy boots, that's funny. I'm just gonna use Cardia on myself. Sorry, y'all. Looks like she's fighting already. Emotions, the spice of life, huh? Also, this particular Voidsent general, Andromalius. Ha ha ha! Yes, more mortals come to slaughter. First, my funny bees will come from this direction, and then that one. Gnats are like funny bees, you see. Now they're all going to be ants. Evil Mist is the name of that spell.
My strength is spent.
Is it? You seem to be doing okay.
I'll only get in the way.
No, you're doing fine.
Chin up! We'll get through this together!
Sinister Sphere!
Split up!
Oh, I see. That's why there were so many meteors at once, is because then they were foreshadowing the part where you like have a mechanic that emphasizes how we're all cooperating. It's a mechanic as storytelling. I like it.
I'm not finished yet.
I will enjoy draining your ether, watching as the light dims in your eyes. I've made funny rocks. Ooh. I will enjoy making multiple targets that you must destroy before my meter fills completely. It's a favorite pastime amongst us Voidsent. Especially when we're employed as boss fights. I don't know if it was intentionally coded as such, but Zero like hesitated for a moment before running into the shield. And that's very clever of them. They're getting across a surprising amount of like character through mechanics in this bit.
I will repay this debt.
I'm assuming intentionally. I might be reading into it a bit too. Resistance is futile! I always wanted to say that. Now I'm going to cackle. I'm also adding a lot of random unnecessary characterization to this funny guy over here. It's time for the bees again. This time some of them are diagonal. Oh, I misunderstood the location of the bees, but also they didn't do like any damage, probably because of my shields, I guess. Yeah, that's true. I'm also just having fun making a dumb gremlin voice and being silly. I like to be silly sometimes. If you would deny me my feast, then be gone to ashes with you. I'm going to try the boulders again, but there's more of them. Some of them are large boulders. His name literally means evil human. It's time for Zero to be really cool and do a limit break that takes out all of the crystals at once.
I will finish it. Now. Let's buy her some time.
Oh wow, she gets her own bespoke meter. Hold on. What? I did the targeting thing and then I immediately forgot how to change it. So I'm now messing it up. Help, help, help. Do you ever do something and then immediately forget what you did? It's still letting me target enemies. Zero's concentration has been broken. I can't target enemies because I immediately forgot the button combination for adjusting your targeting in the middle of a combat. Somebody help, please. I mean, it worked out, but I thought I was doing it. I thought it was L1. No, no, I won't you die. I thought it was L1 and then like the... Oh wait, no, it's L1 in the face buttons. It says right there. Never mind, I figured it out. I'm... Oh. Anyway. No, if this guy's name was Badman, he would try to turn all of the people of Bee Gees into dogs, you see. And that's a joke for anyone who knows Tecmo's Secret of the Stars on the Super Nintendo. Where there's a villain named Badman who turns the people in a town called Bee Gees into dogs, and you have to get the dog pill. Because that game is... it exists. A tabletop game about being a raid boss. And you determine all of your moves by coming up with raid boss lines to shout. That sounds fun.
We have Euless to thank for that. He was quite worried when he called.
There would have been more casualties if not for you, or the people of Garlemald thank you. There would have been a lot more casualties if you didn't help out.
No. If it was not for you and the others,
Also, I've mentioned before about how they're getting more detailed with like face animation and stuff as this game goes on, but like Zero's eye movements in particular, they put a lot of effort into like small, subtle eye movements when she's trying to process things. Like she does it way more than other characters. And also she has the whole hat tipping thing. Yeah. Like Zero has basically a unique way of emoting and like and such that stands out a lot. Shrug. Questioning head tilt.
Well, let's not fuss over details. We should return to Tertium. Can you make it that far?
I think so.
Smile. I like Zero. I think she's a cool character.
Zero, are you alright?
Well enough. No void scent struck here, did they?
No, and there weren't any more casualties thanks to you.
Oh.
I thought she was having an echo vision for a second.
What are you doing?
Stopping you from falling over.
You'll have no debts to repay, if that's what you're worried about. If anything, I owe you a week's worth of boots.
Boots. Okay, you emphasize the you to emphasize the difference. Zero smiled and like kind of laughed. Yay! She did it. Good job, Zero. Yeah, exactly. Cheering emote. She's over here. Ah. Where'd her hat go? Her hat has disappeared into the ether. I'm fine. I just need rest. I've also received word that the transport arrived safely at Camp Broken Glass. They sent their thanks to the woman in black. Yeah, I definitely exaggerated Ulysses' accent earlier because I remembered him as having a more exaggerated accent. Maybe exaggerated's not the right word. A heavier accent? A more pronounced accent? You know what I mean. For a mercy, there appears to have been no casualties in Tertium or elsewhere. Zero's convalescing aboard the train. Ulysses has already given her something to eat, so I suppose all we can do is wait. Can't help but wonder, though, what possessed her to go and fight all those void scent on her own? Not that I know the going rate for such things, but I doubt one boots would suffice. I think someone has been a bad influence on her. Gasp. Oh, I'm just joking. Or am I? In any case, many people owe her their lives. I'll be sure to thank her when she's back on her feet. Wow, Materia 9. Thanks. Thank goodness we found Zero when we did. King of the Mountain. I think we're getting to the dungeon now. Oh man, is Zero not going to be on the dungeon because she's taking a nap? Dang it. Let Zero be in the party. I mean, she just was, but still. As Alize said, many people owe Zero their lives. It is not her world, nor her battle to fight. Yet she risked life and limb for us nonetheless. That will not soon be forgotten. Did they only add Materia 10 after 6.3? Or were they just like not easy to get? Or were they more relevant in older gear somehow? I don't have a complete knowledge of how Materia is useful or not. Now then, I expect that our friends will return soon. Once everyone is gathered, we can take stock of the situation. We only matter for overmelding. Okay. We've naught to do but wait for the others. They should not be much longer. Perhaps you should have a rest too. Does dialogue over here change? No. And I gotta do all the raids more to get even more upgrades. Not that I really need eye level 660 right now. Apologies for the delay. I've finished replenishing my ether. Oh, glad am I to hear it. We must thank you again, Zero. Indeed, many are still alive because of you. Those soldiers not least of all. Nod, smile. Hat tip? You gonna do the hat tip? Yeah, you're gonna do the hat tip. Do the emote, Zero. says the crowd waiting to cheer. How fared you? Better than I did, by all accounts. We had to contend with our fair share of Voidsent en route to the snowcraft. We had the benefit of numbers. With their help, we quickly dispatched all the Voidsent that came our way. Thankfully, they stay dead in our world. We were trying to decide what to do next when we received word about the transport. Which is how Alize, Sucro, and I came to find you. While the immediate threat has been addressed, we cannot rest easy yet. For Voidsent to appear in such numbers, we must assume that a void gate has indeed been opened nearby. Meaning more of them can come through at their leisure. Seems the best course of action is to investigate Lapis Manalis as you intend. What is the state of the snowcraft? Nod. Nearly operational, I believe. Vritra is with the engineer, who is hard at work as we speak. Why don't we join them in Cerulia Ingens? Finally, a chance to go on the offensive. Zero is thinking. I would join you as well. I wouldn't dream of refusing you, but what did you have in mind for payment? Payment won't be necessary. Gasp. I will do this because I want to. You have kindled something within me. A compulsion, a desire to act. It has been burning since you came to my aid out in the snow. I do not understand it, but I wish to. And to that end I will heed it. Then perhaps I'll understand your answer. Smiling. I would also like to join you in tracing the Voidsent to their origin, though that would mean neglecting my duties here. Don't worry about us. Between my people and the contingent, we can keep things running well enough. Just find where the Voidsent are coming from and see that they stop. Nod. Alphino has to be here in case there's no healer. Take care, Zero. Nod. I will. I guess Y'shtola could be a healer too, actually. I misread this NPC's name as a Blethwza. If a Blethwza actually showed up in the overworld, I'd probably, like, be very concerned and confused. Where exactly are we going? Over here, somewhere. I don't know if it's possible for retainers to show up in maps. I feel like it might be, but, or maybe that was an old feature. Or maybe, I know that something similar was possible in the base game of PSO2, where your support partner could show up in random events. I don't recall it happening here. It sounds like one of those features that if it did exist, it would be like very limited in application, like they would only happen in Realm Reborn areas or something. Or it was like a feature they considered at some point, or it was in 1.0 and it's not here or something like that. Similar to how nothing has been done to the companion system since forever ago. For the sake of our friends, I pray we succeed in our mission. The Void Gate is, of course, our main objective, but if we can also find useful salvage, then all the better. I'm glad the engineer is safe. I'd never forgive myself if something had happened to him on our account. Alize and Alphino have forgotten to be dressed for the cold weather. I've just noticed. They just have standard. "'Tis good to see you all safe and well. The craft stands ready, I am pleased to say. Our engineer friend has worked tirelessly. His zeal a match for any of my alchemists." Vritra insisted on staying behind to guard the snowcraft. He's anxious to get up that mountain, and understandably so. Mammoth is an apt name for the craft. Its prodigious size made defending it difficult, but it came through unscathed. The companion system is useful, yeah. I guess there's probably some magical something or other. To have to go to such lengths to traverse a single mountain. The people of this land do not have easy lives. What, do you just fly over mountains all the time? I mean, me too, I guess, but still. There you are. Your timing couldn't be better. Thanks to Varshan's help, I've managed to finish the repairs faster than I anticipated. The Mammoth's ready for the snow once more. You can leave the piloting to me, too. It'd be my pleasure to get you to where you need to go. You are too kind, thank you. Let's be on our way then, shall we? Nod. Nod, nod, nod. Thinking about it. Nod. Hey, look, it's the moon. I don't know if that moon is guaranteed to be in this shot, but does that count as something? Is that anything? Oh, Estinian has never, like, changed gear for the cold. Varshan said earlier that that this body does not feel the cold, but he was suggested to wear something to, like, not be suspicious. So, yeah. It's a very incidental shot of the moon. I'm just gonna notice every shot of the moon now, thanks to your tally, is all. Yeah, I thought I'd remember the name Lapis Manalis. Small talk. When we find whoever's responsible for unleashing the Voidsent, I'm going to give them a piece of my mind. I mean, if I put you in the party, I guess. As we hopefully demonstrated, we're still capable of holding our own in battle, which is to say, please don't hesitate to rely on us. Sorry, Alphino, I'm the healer now. I stole Sage from you. If there is indeed a Void Gate, then there will be Voidsent, and not merely lesser ones. Be on your guard for all manner of threats. Once aboard the Mammoth, we will all need to change into attire more suitable for combat. It can be no coincidence that a Void Gate has opened where Vritra sensed his sister. In all likelihood, something is in the offing, and we must be prepared. Alphino got stuck on a rock and let both you and a friend of yours die. Well, it's probably a good thing that I'm the healer then. I don't make a habit of fighting atop Magitech, but it shouldn't be any more difficult than doing so astride a dragon. I welcome the change of pace. We've fought on top of Magitech at least once before. I think you could be in that dungeon. Come, Sucro, let us find the truth of my sister's aura. What about you, Spirited Engineer? Oh. Say the word and we're off. Alright. Zero's just looking directly forward in the party picture. She seems confused. Memoriate is her job. Or not confused, but like very serious.
If you insist.
That's a good quote for her to say.
If you insist.
Ah, Varshan can be DPS. I forgot about that. That makes a lot of sense. This was basically the party I was going to go with anyway. So.
Right then. Right then. Right then. Right then.
Let's give it our all.
Victory will be ours.
Right then.
No one has as funny a quote as... Wait, what's Varshan say?
Together then.
Okay.
Together then. Together then.
No one has any voice clip as funny as making Urianger say "Alf" repeatedly. Unfortunate. Our fates are sealed. Alf. Like some sort of seal or something. I am a seal. Alf. I'll stop now. Anyway. Lapis Manalis. Oh, does he say our fates are not... Oh, right, are not yet sealed. Right, that makes a lot more sense. Oh, wow. This is indeed a large vehicle. I love to drive my industrial platform truck through the snow. Careful up there, you're not like to see much through the snow. The industrial platform truck is on its way. Now that you mention it, this is going to be a boss fight arena too, isn't it? This is a really cool way to start a dungeon. Also, what's the weather? Blizzards. I think that's a normal weather that can occur normally. Yeah. The weather in this dungeon is variable? Oh, neat. How often does that happen, actually? It's not a boss arena yet, but it is a mini boss arena, which is the same basic idea. Oh, we paused. We stopped. Oh, and this gate on the platform is to like lower so we can keep going. That's funny. Hopefully that's the last of those winged bastards. I'm afraid this is as far as the mammoth will go. You'll have to make it the rest of the way on foot. Sorry, what was that number? Via Manalis, 47. I thought it was 40 something. My Roman numerals are a bit rusty. That engineer is staring directly at the rock wall as he says that. That's true. Music's cool. This is a song I actually hadn't heard. It's using the Garlemald motif. Oh, there's like funny squirrels and deers over there. Surely they won't fight us. They will. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Albus Canas lupinus, and then bear. I didn't even think about that. Got some bunting over there. Between that and like the roads and the bridge, I guess it implies that someone was up here at some point. Oh, they actually aren't fighting us. They're just squeaking and bleating. Hey. Given that we're in the FF4 part of the game, is the fact that we're... Yeah, look at that crit barrier. Varshan's barrier is so much barrier now. Given that we're in the FF4 part of the game, is this meant to parallel Mount Ordeals a little bit? I say that, and yet I actually do know that Mount Ordeals is the name of the trial that's also in this patch, so maybe not. Things that you learn through osmosis again, and all that. FF4 does love to climb a mountain. Yeah, there's Voidsent. Also, there's Yeti. Oh wait, I didn't notice the. Okay, there's only been one dungeon dialogue, I think. Or no. Actually. Dungeon dialogues that I didn't notice. Justinian said, "It seems we were right to ride atop the snowcraft at some point." Zero said, "White as far as the eye can see." If this beast would bar our path, a simple enough task. I didn't realize that Arctic means where bears are at. I don't think I ever knew that. Watch the sides of the arena. I'll do my best. I think a rumbling in the distance. Oh yeah. The AI will probably help me a little bit. I'm guessing that means that's going to be a line. Yep. Oh, that's cool. Opposite of bears, huh? But what is the opposite of a bear, really? I accidentally used that on myself instead of Varshan. They really love left and right moves these days. Uh-huh. Okay. Understandable. Sometimes I accidentally pressed Euphrasia when I don't need to. I knew we were going to have to hide behind the boulders at some point.
Arctic, northernmost region of Earth, centered on the North Pole and characterized by distinctively polar conditions of climate, plant and animal life, and other physical features. The term is derived from the Greek Arctus, bear, referring to the northern constellation of the Bear. Notably, the opposite of Bear's Point is a myth, as the reality is Arctus also stands for north.
I didn't process that because I was fighting. I was doing the fight. Come, let us press onward. Let me read this again. I was hearing it, but not processing it. I see. Quick Tongue Materia 9. Wow! Stairs that aren't real. Wow. Okay. Alcove that means nothing. Well, I guess it's showing you that the road is blocked. I just vendor Materia 9. I don't know if that's a bad idea. How vast is this cavern, I wonder?
Out of my way!
Far enough!
Oh yeah, Visitant. They're using the world transfer system. Well, no, then they'd be traveling, Voidsent. I think I read that a title similar to Traveler for across data center travel exists in the code. I don't remember what it is. Or like cross-region data center or something. I see a boss arena. The presence of Voidsent permeates this place. Manalis Ring of Fending. Huh? Wait, what? What is this? What's going on here? I think one of them said came here for training or something. Dolls? But why? Maybe this will be, maybe my questions will be answered in about 1 second when we get to whatever the boss fight is. Reaper training dolls? Oh yeah, cause right, the Reapers were here. I guess I was assuming they were relevant to the boss fight. I don't know, they're about the same size as the characters. They're taller than Sucro.
Out of my way!
Their knives look more like short swords too. Oh. Reading? Faded records. Emperor Solace is convinced this magitech will spark a revolution in warfare as we know it. God dang it, Emmett. And as he devotes further resources to its advancement, our arts continue to fall out of favor. I fear the age of the Reaper has come to an end. You know, if Hades is responsible for making Reapers fall out of favor, I wonder how much of that is because he didn't want to look at stuff from the Void because that was evidence of the Ascians' failure. That would make a lot of sense to me. After all, our forebears have sacrificed for the good of the Empire. The blood spilled, the lives lost, they would dare deem us relics of a bygone era. Indeed, they believe the future lies with their Reaper battle armor. Oh, I didn't make that connection before. They literally replaced them by using the same name. That is very clever. Aspirants are reminded not to approach the figures of the Pale Harvest without express permission. They should be treated with no less reverence than Galatea herself, and are hardly less dangerous. Galatea was half of the name of those enemies we just fought. Only those who've successfully forged a pact with an avatar may spar with the Galatea Parva. They will serve to refine one's use of invocations and tactical coordination. The Galatea Magna, however, is reserved for those who are able to serve as host to their avatar. This perilous mannequin is designed to push a Reaper to their limits, if not beyond them. Learn to walk in death's shadow, and you shall know no fear. Gee, I wonder what boss fight we're about to run into. I have a hunch or two. I like how the Void Center are getting along perfectly with these Reaper training mammoths. Yeah. You know what? That actually would make a lot of sense, that they wouldn't go after Voidsent because the Voidsent would be Reaper avatars. Dollmaster's Memorandum. Wow, I can't believe they confirmed Dollmaster for the job class, the caster in Dawn Trail, all the way back in 6.3. Clearly. Honestly though, as I mentioned before, Ogre Battle, like Dollmaster / Warlock, makes a lot of sense. As like, it would work as an MMO job. They referenced Ogre Battle stuff before. And in the Super Nintendo Ogre Battle, they often cast poison spells, so they could be the replacement dot job. Yep, that's Edda over there. Edda 2. Maintenance of the Galatea must be handled with the utmost of care. The delicate art of their making has long since been lost, making repairs difficult and reproduction all but impossible. Keep an eye on the attack names. Okay. The knowledge was kept secret, passed down to those who would inherit the position of Master Dollmaker, that is, until one man chose to break with tradition, and claimed to be leaving on a journey in pursuit of an unparalleled beauty, but we never learned the truth of it. The only thing that is certain is the art of our forebears left with him. See, now this even sounds like foreshadowing of like a job in PC. I'm actually getting convinced that my joke is real at this point. Voidsent I expected, but puppets? Commencing basic training regimen. Crack, your time to completion will be recorded.
No mercy.
I guess I didn't go for the Omega. Waning cycle. And now you're gonna, yep. Okay, you did it immediately. Leave no openings. Your strikes must be quick and decisive. Soul Scythe. Soul Nebula. Scarecrow Chase. Oh, I see what you mean. That's why they're funny. Oh. That's cool. You have cool attack patterns. Tenebrism. Oh, what is that? Glassy-eyed. When this effect expires, body will be possessed and unleash a petrifying attack in all directions. Oh. You got it. That concludes basic training. Commencing advanced training regimen. See, I'm on to your remain calm and collected no matter your circumstances. Do you think they got Yoko Taro back for like 5 seconds for like one of his lunch breaks to guest design this boss?
That's far enough.
Because this boss feels like they got Yoko Taro to design it on a lunch break or something. Not sadistic enough for... No, I don't mean like... I don't mean the mechanics, I mean the visual design of the enemy. Remember, you must hone your skills daily. It will be key to your survival. This is a very near enemy design, is all. Oh yeah, I forgot how Varshan is always trying to remind people about that in combat. He's of the first brood. Don't know if Yoko Taro is much for ball joints. Does the enemy actually have ball joints? Does she actually have like doll joints? I couldn't tell. Regimen complete and equal to Drusilla. Extraordinary. Hey, oh wait, she does have ball joints, yeah. Didn't notice that. Also, Drusilla is the Reaper quest lady, Grandma. Oh, if you do the fight, there's different lines for how well you do? That's fun. Galate Magna actually does, wow. That's funny. But Drusilla is one of the primary characters in the Reaper questline. Whoop. Pranks. You descend into Fons Manalis. We've been pranked, gang. You've never seen that grade? You think the grading scheme is different if you're here in duty support? Or maybe I'm just that cool. I don't know. That was quite a fall, says Astidian. You should know, I guess. Always jumping all the dang time. Like you do. Don't tell me the game is giving me evidence that I'm cool. I won't stand for this. Impossible.
No mercy.
No! I refuse! I'll melt like a witch. Or whatever. She eventually has a tank buster?
You're mine.
Huh. If she doesn't even get that far in duty support, that's kind of wild. I guess also, to be fair, I do have eye level 650. For what that's worth. I think duty support NPCs, I think it was mentioned before that their damage scales somewhat to like how well you're doing. And if I'm a healer, my damage is, a crit barrier again. I mean, I do kind of emotionally melt a little bit when I get complimented aggressively. Sometimes. Not as much as I used to. I've gotten better at accepting compliments. I'm just doing a bit, mostly. At this point, sometimes. When I said I would melt, that was mostly a bit. I don't know if a ghost can melt. I haven't particularly done research on this subject. I don't know if this is a model of the imp that's been used before. I mean, it's very similar to the regular imp model, but they have way more horns and like some other details that are different. Also, if Sucro gets set on fire, she either has to wait for a bit or cast Isuna, so that's fine. That's not like a big problem for her.
Some information about Big Galatea. Depending on how quickly the party kills the boss, it will give a different line of dialogue upon its defeat and rank the party's performance from 1 to 12, with a lower number being a faster kill time. This appears to be purely cosmetic and does not impact rewards. An average party in the Duty Finder will typically receive a rank of 7. The top rank of 1 requires a kill time of less than 90 seconds. 0 in the party gets you the Drusilla line, evidently.
You can kill that boss in less than 90 seconds. So that's a 0 specific line, so it canceled out getting a rank, I guess. I'm not actually the Wicked Witch of the West. I just say things arbitrarily for no reason. That looks safe, probably.
You forced my hand.
Don't read too much into random things I say. Or do if it's funny, which it is. A non-item synced party of 4 DPS, huh? After Dawn Trail, you'll be able to do this unsynced more easily, so it's sort of a weird future-proofing of a gimmick. Is there a permanently burning coal pit? I guess I shouldn't be too surprised by that. It's probably like that.
The Centralia Mine Fire is a coal seam fire that has been burning in the labyrinth of abandoned coal mines underneath the borough of Centralia, Pennsylvania, United States, since at least May 27, 1962. Its original cause and start date are still a matter of debate. It is, emphatically, not the inspiration for Silent Hill.
I don't know entirely why that would be an inspiration for Silent Hill, but anyway.
All shall cower before the might of Archfiend Cagnazzo!
Hi Cagnazzo, the drowned king. He's doing some wiggly finger gestures. Varshan said, Ashdaya, I sense she's close at some point. I think that's probably because Cagnazzo has some of Ashdaya ether. This one's not at all like the others.
I've been waiting so long. Don't disappoint.
Probably should have waited for a second before doing that.
Brace yourselves.
Cagnazzo's signature stance.
I bring my all to bear.
Bubble. Oh, this isn't just a square, it's a square with nasty outside of it. I got hurt for some reason.
Drink deep of blackest terror.
I'm just healing myself, really. Turtle shell spin. He's of the first brood, everyone! Did you know? Did you know that?
I wonder how you'll taste. Battle the so when the appetite.
What does this mean? A lesser cursed tide will be upon you when this effect expires. Yeah? He's of the first brood. Did you know? His power got pretty close to charging.
Be swallowed by the tide.
Oh, that's a cool effect. Too bad I have a billion shields. What? That's funny. Oh yeah, you're right. Got that particular what? Oh. Oh, I make the cone. Oh. Ooh, Zero gets to do a limit break.
Good. A fitting flower.
Also, probably goes without saying, but I do love to hear this music.
Out of my way.
Boop. I didn't fully understand what was happening sometimes, but it was fine. You've been booped, Cagnazzo, with a laser. Or 4 of them, or more than that. Everyone else is here too. Don't mind me, Cagnazzo, I'm just gonna yoink. What does the armor from this place look like again? Ah, it's very Void Arc-ish. Very Void-like. Wonders Tales, I forgot. What did I even do? Yay, a sticker. I did it. I've never seen a Void Scent with such command over water. That wasn't the Y'shtola voice exactly. That they could open so large a gate is troubling. I feel your presence, sister. Where are you? Well, that was a challenge. You weren't in the party, but yeah, maybe. Anyone? What do you suppose they chose here for their lair? Justinian? Justinian. So goes yet another archfiend. Oh. That's the wrong one. That's him. That's Cagnazzo. An important use of G-pose is to pretend that you're playing the HD Wind Waker remake. And take selfies with boss fights when possible, sometimes.
Tell me one thing, Cagnazzo.
Cagnazzo. I think I'm adding some extra sounds to it that aren't there. Cagnazzo.
A dragon of our world crossed over into yours long ago, but I have felt her presence here again. What is the meaning of this?
Probably because Cagnazzo has some of her ether. And yeah, those are two very powerful emotes, to be sure.
I dare say what you felt was this.
Oh.
By the sisters.
A mention of an eye earlier. Eyes are more relevant than I expected. Why did I even not consider this?
What have you done to Ashdaya?
Taken her eye, apparently.
If you want answers, you'll have to get them from Lord Golbez.
You'll have to wait till the next patch. I'm glad that Cagnazzo's voice is this.
You've the strength to face him.
The dragon eye nonsense is always lurking around the corner. Or in the chasm. Alright, tell me about Lord Golbez.
I will not see the plan to fruition, but my part is done. And to fight with the thrill of battle in my heart makes it all the more worthwhile.
If you had to guess what kind of voice this guy would have, would this be the voice that you guessed? I think it's probably kind of close to what I would have guessed.
No! Wait! Where is she? Where is my sister?
At long last, I go to join the great flow.
Both blood and victory wine. Well, you got the eye. Maybe that'll help you find where she is or something. Is that helpful? From that angle, it looks kind of like a grapefruit or something. Like a big grapefruit.
By the gates closing, there can be no doubt that he was the one who opened it.
I think I would have expected his voice to be a little bit more Snidely Whiplash than it is. Like, not like completely, but a little bit at least. Eyeball.
Ashdaya, I prayed we might meet once more.
She is likely still in the void. Take heart. We will find her yet.
Yeah, we can't give up yet.
So what now?
That's a great question.
While you discuss how to proceed with your search, I would excuse myself to look around. There may be salvage that we could use at the camp.
In that case, I'll patrol the area for more void scent.
Nod.
Very well. Let us take a moment to consider our options.
Probably relevant. There's only one Archfiend left. Do we know that there's 4? Like, in character, are we supposed to know that? I think we do. Or we could have assumed. Given their theming. Hey look, we're wandering around in a dungeon again. Goodbye. I'm going this way now. Farewell. You know, they probably are going to send me back this way in a second. Okay, yeah, you do have a point. They probably would assume... It'd probably be more reasonable to assume, more than that. Hey, I think we're gonna be wandering in this dungeon a fair amount, actually. Similar to Troya. I like the new trend of, like, having scenes in the dungeons after the dungeons. Oh, you know, I didn't actually think about that for the music. Sorry, I had to go see if there was an Easter egg over there. That they should go so far as to use Ashdaya's eye as bait. What could they be after? Killing us, probably? Uh-oh, Ashdaya. They recognize that we're a problem because we took out 2 of them, it'd be my guess. Why does he look so defeated? We are closer to finding his sister, are we not? To some degree. Thinking. So, we've discovered the source of the Voidsent outbreak in Garlemald. A gate forced open from the void. Nod. The barrier between our worlds is especially thin here, I suspect. Elsewise, I see little reason why the Reapers chose to live in such an inhospitable place. That's a good point. Even if the conditions are ideal, we're talking about a gate that could pass an archfiend. Opening one so large could not have been easy. In the age of Alag, Emperor Zand created an enormous portal using a prodigious amount of ether harnessed by the Crystal Tower. In theory, a similar feat should be possible from within the void. One need but have the requisite amount of ether, such as that harbored by a great worm's eye. And its ether is indeed greatly diminished. In Sucro's vision, Golbez let his archfiends feed upon Ashdaya's ether. He's also taken an eye to open this gate. Yeah, that's not great news for us, huh? It does not bode well, I know. Nevertheless, we must remain hopeful and continue our search. What I find curious is why our foes chose to strike now, some 5,000 years after Ashdaya vanished into the void. And while their overarching plan remains a mystery, what exactly was Kanyatso's part in it that he had finished? Distraction? There's often a distraction. Or a diversion, as it were. That's a frequent component of plans. You may now enter with a party of NPC. Be advised that you may use mounts, but only during this quest. I don't think that was mentioned in Troya. Maybe it wasn't, I missed it. If Kadnyatso's intent was for his parting words to give us pause, then he has succeeded. To embrace death, to find satisfaction in oblivion. Perhaps it is indeed true that many Voidsent yearn to return to the lifestream. The Eye explains how they managed to cross over, but we still don't know why they chose this time and place for an incursion. Oh, Ashdaya, what has become of you that even your eye should be so spent of ether? I cannot bear the thought of her being held captive a moment longer, but how will I find her? What must I do? Calm yourself, Fritra. I appreciate that you are upset, but such passion clouds your judgment. You must endeavor to remain composed. When your mind is clear, we may consider how to proceed with our search. You are right. In the meantime, I will help Alphino and Alize back at the village. That sounds like a fine idea. We should go as well. Ray, give me a moment longer. I believe we established in Troya that the mount speed bonus of the Final Fantasy VII motorcycle doesn't exist in dungeon instances. Unless it's randomly different for this one. No, it's the same. The recent two-seater motorcycle also has the mount speed increase and costs like $40. I'm vaguely tempted because it's a fun looking mount. It's got a sidecar for Alpha, but also it's like $40, and I already have a mount speed increase one. But also I could build a collection of motorcycles for Sucro that she just has for no reason. We're here to help Alphino and Alize, are we? There's little else of interest here, so I wouldn't be opposed to the diversion. Leave Ritra be. He needs time alone with his thoughts. Oh, you've come too. Let us take comfort in the knowledge that the Void Gate is closed and that the people of Garlemald need fear the Voitzen hordes no longer. Yeah, the Finra is pretty neat. I've been using it for a long time, which you probably did notice. I still don't like where the Mikote tail goes. It looks like it'll get caught in something. But this other motorcycle that I got more recently seems more... It seems like it matches Sucro's outfit more. And also I just kind of like it. As far as the car goes, I think they have said they are considering bringing back the Final Fantasy XV event at some point, so you might be able to get the car in the future. It's still funny how large the car is. It makes it feel like it's moving really slowly sometimes. Also, you can spin it around and it looks weird. Anyway. Wait, did I have other... I think I already looked at other mounts last time. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they said they might bring it back if there's enough demand or something. I don't see Vritra with you. Is everything all right? He needs a moment to himself. While he's indisposed, we thought we'd lend you a hand. I've just finished patrolling the area, so we're fine on that front. There are no signs of Void Scent, and I doubt we'll see any more now that the gate has been closed. As for Alphino, he set his sights on the Ceruleum Spring. We're hoping to take as much of the stuff as the snowcraft can bear. That much fuel would keep the people warm for a good while. I've never seen the 13 event, I don't think. Unless you meant 15. We managed to procure a few suitable containers for transporting the ceruleum, and we're about to return to the spring. If you have a mind to scrounge up more containers, I can take what you have now and get them filled. Nod. Thank you, Estinian. The more we can load into the snowcraft, the better. Yeah. My number one wish for anything Final Fantasy XIII related in this game is that they take the Final Fantasy XIII hairstyle and split it into two And let me have the snow one that comes with a bandana, because that's kind of neat. That's my request. Because it's currently one hairstyle that is different for the two available genders. It's either lightning or snow. And I kind of like this. I like the bandana included hair. And it's like a relatively simple bandana compared to the available ones, so it's also got fashion utility if I were able to use it. Anyway. Oh, my other... This isn't a request from me personally, necessarily. Yeah, kill gender. The other thing the FF13 event would need to do is all the weapons that are on the... I used to want the coat, but I think the coat would be too low cut for me. Like many things are. It's got like a wide open V-neck, I think. The other thing they need to do with 13 stuff is, I don't know if the weapons were part of the event, but their weapons are on the store. And there's one, the Blazefire Saber, I think it's called, that was added before Gunbreaker, and so it's a paladin weapon, when it clearly should be a gunblade, with the way the game is currently organized. I've seen some people asking for it to be added as a gunblade as well. Gatling Face Man? Oh, I don't know much about 13, to be fair. I didn't know there was a Gatling Face Man. Would you and your Stola mind helping us with our search, then? You'll need to take any suitable containers to the spring, and then back to the snowcraft once you've filled them with ceruleum. Nod. Sure, why not? Oh, wait, hold on. Hey. They're just kind of hanging out over there. I can't tell if they're... Okay, they're just background elements because they didn't get hidden by that. But yeah. Boss just kind of sitting over there. Along with some of the minions. Funny attention to detail. I couldn't tell if they were just background elements because I couldn't tell if they were moving very slightly or not. I thought maybe they were doing an idle animation, but no, they're just completely motionless. This is less a container and more a sieve, I think is how you say that. Sieve? Given its poor condition and visible holes. Will this be solid enough? Huh. Sounds like it has interesting designs. Any luck finding a container? I don't know, this barrel seems pretty dilapidated. I didn't notice that you said bun barrels. And now I'm just imagining cannons firing Loporrits. I think blasting way is an actual way somewhere. This is less a container and more... Okay, that's the same message. It is a welcome change to have Zero helping of her own volition. Perhaps she's finally beginning to trust us. I don't know if she mistrusted us. I think she just didn't figure it out yet. Oh, that's a pretty good joke. Yeah. I think the Loporrit that wants to be hit with grenades is Sparking Way? Weird that they decided to call back to the throw grenades at an NPC thing, which is vaguely strange. I don't like doing it, but I did it occasionally. Because it was the quest of the day sometimes. This barrel seems like it's sturdy. I can tell because it says it's sturdy. The container appears to be well suited for repurposing. It'd be a fine choice for ceruleum storage. Yeah, Gilgamesh did have the missile spell. Or at least rocket punch, if not both. Wait. Hey. Somehow I didn't notice, not only is there one of the mini-boss over there, there's also one there, or not mini-boss, but there's one there, there's one there, there's one there, there's one there. There's like, there's one there. There's 5 or, I think that's 6 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 of this boss fight in the background here. They probably were there before, like during the actual dungeon, and I just didn't notice. You think we could reanimate them and convince them to help us fight Voidsent or something? I don't know if they have like free will, so I don't know if they can be convinced or if they're just like training robots only. This floor is very shiny, by the way. Hey Zero, what's up? We just need to carry this liquid fire to the snowcraft? Sounds simple enough. I guess it's liquid fire, yeah. The container is now filled to the brim with ceruleum. If that one has been filled, you should hurry and take it to the snowcraft. Istinian has already seen to the rest. Go on ahead. The others ask that I remain here in the event they find more. Nod. I thought they were going to make us walk all the way back to the start of the dungeon. Instead, we teleported. Istinian, how did you carry 1 billion barrels of ceruleum? Good work, my friend. I expect we'll have a sizable load to deliver. Did he just, like... I guess if you did a lot of jumping... The snowcraft is all but overflowing with ceruleum containers. For some reason I was expecting them to be stored on top of it, and there are none here. However, several of your comrades have yet to arrive. Perhaps a nearby vantage point will afford you a more favorable view of their return. Or a more favorable view of an upcoming cutscene if one were to occur. This song sure has a short loop, huh? By the way. It's fine, but it sure is noticeable. Hey, it's everyone. Except Varshan. Don't give me that angle of a bridge, it makes me think it's gonna collapse.
Is Ritra not back yet?
I mean, Vritra, yeah. Oh, there he is.
My apologies for the delay.
Yeah, it's a song that was mostly in like cutscenes and stuff. Before.
Are you alright?
I am. As distressing as this turn of events was, the eye itself gives me cause to hope.
The lighting is quite different out here for this eye.
While it's no longer possessed of Ashdaya's will, it may yet lead us to her.
It was way yellower before.
Were it not for your encouragement, I would never have dared to embark on my search, much less come this far. I will not lose faith. I will find my sister, wheresoever she may be.
Heck yeah. Nod, smile.
We'll return the eye to her, together.
Nod.
Though tainted, the eye has not fully succumbed to darkness. Ashdaya herself may have been able to resist its influence.
Nod. Nod. Nod.
Well, as much as we'd love to take part in your next foray, we can't abandon our efforts here.
Sorry I didn't let you take part in this foray either.
We'll need to keep a
Not
close
really.
watch, in case the Void Gate opens again as well.
That's a good point, though.
Though should it prove safe to do so, I have some ideas for how we might put this village to use.
Do what you must. We will manage.
Like the training facility? We're gonna revive the Reapers or something?
I expect we will have to deal with Golbez once and for all. After which you may undertake your work without worry.
Wow, I can't believe Alphino's changing job again to Reaper in the next expansion. Nod. That'd be really funny.
We look forward to the glad tidings.
You'll take good care of everyone, won't you?
What? Why do you ask me this?
Because comrades look out for one another, and I can't think of anyone more qualified to keep them safe.
I'm over here. What about me? Hat tip.
True. I will do no less than I've promised.
And yeah, the eye isn't covered in this scene either. Nod.
If our respective plans are settled, then let us head back.
No, I got the impression Zero was coming with Sucro. And Zero was being told to keep everyone safe, including me. They do say that, that's true. Reacher has quelled the tempest within his heart. He should be fine. I must apologize for my bout of melancholy. To be so easily shaken, ill becomes a great worm. You have remained at my side and ever offered me support and encouragement. I haven't the words to thank you. That Ajdaya's eye hasn't succumbed to darkness bespeaks her incredible resilience. So let us trust in this sign that she yet lives, and be not deterred in our efforts. I'm not your keeper, nor do I know what you expect of me, but I will keep my word. It was good seeing you again. I hope you'll remember to call on us sooner the next time you need help. Sucro just thinking in the back of her mind, when was the last time I talked to Feo Ul, by the way? That line sounds familiar. What happens if you call for Feo Ul on the source, I wonder? Do they show up in any form at all? They did deliver messages to people in their dreams, I guess. I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Though we have every faith in you, we will pray for your safety all the same. Nod, nod. Nod. I'll say it every time, I guess. I'm glad we had the chance to talk, Zero. Take care until next time. Hat tip. Her hat tip is also a hat tick, I guess. She's doing it so often. Till next time. Ceruleum has been added to the Unending Codex. And I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that was the one thing added to the Codex. You could say that. King Urchin Loaf. Apparently you can... Garlean Pizza! I don't know why that's so funny. This flatbread may well rival certain soups in its ability to move partakers to tears. You're referencing the sad cutscene in this pizza description? Garlean Pizza used to be a great black mage food. That's a very funny sentence to me, for some reason. But yeah, I can see it. I think pizza is one of the foods that it has inherent humorous quality to it. Like, it's partially the name is really fun to say. Partially, there's been a variety of things related to pizza that have happened at times. Oh, the red one in the dish was like a steak of some kind? Am I right in assuming we are to return to the void? Now that matters here have been settled... that's not zero. Now that matters here have been settled, yes. But first we should return to Razatan to prepare. When everyone is ready, let us convene at Megaduta. Someone's chocobo was summoned. This is Logtan rump steak. There's also melon juice, which is apparently paralyzingly delicious because it's from Thunder Melons. Carrot pudding has shown up a few times, I think. Well, no, I'm thinking of other carrot dishes that have been in, like, gathering stuff, probably. This patch seems to be a bit of a longer one. So you'll have to forgive me for taking another break. That's right, it's time to flip the coin. Will it be tails again? Statistics say that they don't owe you anything, but also maybe. Let's find out. Surprise, it was this. Though I think more people bet on that, or this, than that. I've made it difficult to talk about my own funny game. Anyway, hello, welcome. I say mine like I didn't... My own funny stream, whatever this is. I can't take complete credit for it. Because it relies on things from a specific video game that I did not make. Anyway, hello. There are still 2 unlockable quests staring at me every time I show up at Routes at Han. I guess the only thing I can assume that these are is like Tataru and Hildebrand. That's literally all these could be, to my knowledge. Anyway. There should be no other unlockables. Besides those 2 things, and Eureka Orthros, which is not here. Do you think they'll ever add Zero's hat tip emote as something the player can acquire? They have the spectacles emote, which you can use even if you don't have spectacles. So...
if everyone is ready, then let us depart for Al-Zadal's legacy.
Wait, isn't that a dungeon? You didn't put 2 dungeons in a patch, did you? Gasp! Ah, I think we're being interrupted. Oh, one of those unlocks collectibles? Okay.
What was that?
Oh, right, it was a dungeon already. Seems like fire. Right, yeah.
A deluge of ether. The mark of a terrible magic.
I think it would be very funny if they added the Zero hat tip emote, but it was unusable by Viera and Hrothgar. That would be the funniest bit, and also really... I would laugh, but it would be silly. Of them. Laugh parentheses in despair.
It wasn't far from here. Let's go.
Oh, Stone Sky Sea. Yeah, that makes sense. I should just get that out of the way later.
Hey, you! Stop! If you're thinking of taking to sea, don't!
We're here to solve problems on purpose. Oh, Hildebrand starts in Charlian.
We were out working
right,
our
yeah.
nets when a light suddenly shot up over Buffalo Isle with a boom. A massive fiend then took to the skies. Another blasphemy, we feared. But we didn't linger to find out.
Did you see where it was headed?
I can't say for sure, but it looked like it was northward bound.
I see. Our thanks for the warning, and do not let us keep you.
Nod.
Buffalo Isle is connected to Al-Zadal's legacy. This cannot be a coincidence.
Hey, that seems bad.
In response to Karnyatso's defeat, they have come for our gate.
So it seems. I would ascertain the situation at the vault, but the fiend must be dealt with, ere people come to harm. I shall assume my dragon form and seek it out at once.
Wait. You heard the fisherman. A blasphemy, they called it. If another flying creature were sighted now, others will assume the worst and panic will spread. This is not the way.
I'll see to the fiend, or we can work together on this. I'll go fight him. Let me at him. I'm fighting now.
You are right, Estinian.
Sucro is not really, probably not really the let me at him type of person, but she is now, I guess.
I will gather my soldiers and search the Isle for casualties. As you wish. The fiend is yours.
I'm gonna heal people next to the fiend so much.
The hunt will go more swiftly with help. Zero, might I prevail upon you to accompany her?
Very well.
Gasp. And a smile.
Then Estinian and I will make for Alzadar's legacy and secure the gate.
I hope there's a bit later with incidental dialogue where it reveals that Estinian killed all the Guardians for the third time.
Stay on your guard. The enemy is clever and will have anticipated our response.
Sucro is way better than Scrappy Doo.
Be safe, my friends, and may the sisters guide your steps.
Nod. In a concerned-looking way. Alright, Zero. Zero, it's raining. Zero, you're too tall to stand under my umbrella, but it's raining. I'll help. I'm helping! I'm helping versus the rain! This is probably scattering rainwater everywhere, actually. Anyway. We know the fiend was headed north, but that still leaves a lot of ground for us few to cover. We need a way to conduct our search more efficiently. Do you have any ideas? I know people who may have seen something, or we split up and make inquiries. Usually we gotta split up and gather information. She probably would. In other words, we seek help from the locals. If you think it best, then very well. So, where to then? The Great Work and the encampment at the Hamsa Hatchery. If both places are to the north, then the people there may indeed have seen something. Very well. I will head to the Great Work and leave the encampment to you. She might not care about the sky liquid, it is unclear. Someone mentioned earlier with the repetitive music, Mega Man Battle Network panic music, and here we are again. With a very much more equivalent looping music to that one. Compared to the last short loop, this one is much more Mega Man Battle Network panic. Relatively speaking. I think Zero did say she didn't really care about the cold, so it's entirely possible she doesn't care about the rain either. Me, I was just thinking of what Varshan said instead. Saw the light over the Buffalo remnants too, did you? We've sent scouts to investigate, but they've yet to report back. We will continue to keep watch here, but if you learn anything, be sure to let us know. These fishermen saw a fiend emerge from the Buffalo remnants before heading north, you say? I wonder what I saw what I thought was a ball of flame flung from the explosion, but now I wonder. It flew north in the direction of Khadga. If it is in fact a fiend, then we have trouble on our hands. We must remain vigilant. The fact that they're calling this a fiend specifically when it's probably Rubicante is funny to me. I presume you've come to investigate the explosion at the Buffalo remnants as well. We've yet to ascertain precisely what happened. Is there any information you can share with us? Fire. Fireball. Big fire. A fiend emerged from the explosion and flew towards Khadga. By the sisters, had I learned of this sooner... Never mind, there is no time to waste. Desires untold. Confound it, we were so concerned with the explosion that we failed to recognize that the threat had not yet passed. We must alert command at once and instruct the people to seek shelter. Is there a way to go to the top of Khadga? What? You mean to go there to investigate? Nod. And again, you are more than capable of defending yourself. As you wish, we will leave this in your hands. The Giant Skull grounds are situated at the base of Khadga. I myself am not familiar with the mountain paths, but the quarry workers are bound to know many. Katana, for instance, he has worked there the longest. Go well, my friend, and may the sisters keep you. It's fine. We'll know exactly where we need to go as soon as we see a mysterious Viera standing out in front of it. Or sitting. Or doing a repeating emote of some kind. You want to climb Khadga? You couldn't have chosen a worse time. I don't remember them making the creature problem, but that sounds funny. There was an earthquake earlier and it triggered a rock slide. I'm afraid the main path to the summit may be blocked. But if you're determined to go, then I suggest you speak with Sramu. He climbs like a langur and might know some other way up, if not the gentlest. How to reach the top of Khadga? After what has happened, that should be the last place anyone sane would want to be. But yes, I'm familiar with another route that should still be passable. I was once afraid of heights, you see, and used it to build up my courage. Though I cannot say I have the courage to brave it under these conditions. I'll take you to where the route starts, but no further, alright? Oh. Fair enough. Speaking of phones and the area that we can't go to otherwise.
Hello, can you hear me? We were too late. The vault has been destroyed. The alchemical furnace with it.
Oh, that's bad. Gasp!
This was their true objective, to deny us entry into the void.
That makes a lot of sense.
Kanyatso and Ajdaya's eye were a diversion.
Hey, I called it. I knew it was a diversion. There's always diversions. They'll blow up the ocean. It was a dungeon, yeah. I guess so.
A means to detain us in Garlemald, while they went to work here. To reduce the vault to rubble. That which you hunt is no ordinary foe. Have care.
It's fine, I know FF4. This guy's all honor and stuff. He's got honor. He just sneaks into people's homes and blows them up. Maybe this Rubicante is different. A diversion. Speaking of. Hey, what's up? Wait, one of your feet is a shoe? And the other one is not?
Such an exquisite sight. A canvas of vibrant colors. As was our world, too, once.
Is this Thancred's voice actor doing a lower, grittier voice? One of Golbez's champions, I presume. Are you the one who destroyed the treasure vault? Incidentally dabbing. Kinda. You must be one of Golbez's friends. He's kind of dabbing a little bit. It's like a half-hearted dab.
I am Rubicante, the Archfiend of Fire.
Hello, Rubicante, the Archfiend of Fire. How are you?
A monster in flesh, yet in spirit I remain a man, a prisoner of the past.
This sounds a lot like Thancred's voice actor to me, for some reason. How do you know that dabbing isn't ancient? An ancient lost art.
Tears I wept when darkness consumed the world, until Lord Golbez came and spoke of salvation.
You can learn more about my backstory after this patch is over.
Thus do I walk proudly at his side, to see his dream fulfilled. Your heart is pure. For benevolent cause you seek the dragon.
It sounds a lot like
But I
Thancred.
cannot allow you to have it. Cannot allow you to interfere. If you would continue, then there is but one recourse.
Dabbing could be an ancient lost art in the context of this fiction. The Allegan dab. Anything is possible. With the power of headcanon and also nonsense.
I shall await you at the summit. Come, mortal. Come and weigh your righteousness against mine.
I had to wait politely for Rubicante to finish his voice line. Orb. Mount Ordeals now accessible. Hell of a thing to just call this. Anything else in this area? Probably not. Average wait time, 7 minutes. They had to fit Mount Ordeals in there somewhere, I guess. This is a wide open room of nothing. Both healers, half the DPS, no tanks so far, according to the numbers. There are no ether currents in this area, did you know? God, I think about Holy Dragoon way too often. It's so funny to me. After Years is like really bad, but also funny. I think at some point I had an idea, or a goofy joke idea, of them having a deep dungeon where there would be job-specific armor rewards or something that were like Holy X. Like Holy Dragoon, Holy Bard. And this would go to the logical extreme and have Holy Paladin, and Holy Dark Knight, and Holy White Mage. Or maybe that's the illogical extreme. I think the reason that Cain had an evil side is in part because of being mind controlled a bunch of different times. And or the parts of him that made him susceptible to mind control also contributed to his darkness that he went to Mount Ordeals to get rid of. And then the darkness like beat him up and stole his lunch money and left and started causing problems. So he had to go fight it eventually. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It's very specific Tactics A2 job. I think White Monk is one of the Banga classes jobs. I think part of why Cain was susceptible to mind control is that he was also in love with Rosa, who was in love with Cecil, I think. Like he had feelings for Rosa that were not requited, returned. And like his jealousy was part of why he was able to be turned to the dark side or whatever. So maybe that was also part of why he went to the mountain. Yeah, his mind control vector is, I guess, an accurate way to say it. This music is very dramatic and all, but time to check retainers. Yay. Ablethwasa stole a floor again. She's always doing this. And Kuimari stole a chandelier. She's always doing this. We've stolen some trousers. And a turban. Hey, the fog here is more like peach colored than usual. I guess it's probably the time of day combined with the fog. That's a funny piece of lore because you can change his armor in that game. You do get like upgrades to the Dark Knight armor and sword. I don't know what to do when waiting in line. Wait. Oh, I thought that was an unmarked portion of the map, but that just denotes a plot. That does sound like a Touhou subtitle. Wow, look, it's the bridge to nowhere. A certain Viera has just appeared within the zone somewhere, possibly teleporting to my estate, by which I mean apartment. Because you can teleport to a friend's house. That is a feature. Yep. Hello. Ah. Right, you intended to give me a funny lantern that you found. What? Oh. Did I cancel it? I didn't... Oh. You've also given me something else, and then Elusive jumped away. Oh, a Komenu statue. I can put that on my island, I guess. You've attempted to run away into a corner. Oh, forgot one. There we go. And that one too. It's funny to use all of the sage heals at the same time. Many squares, indeed. There she goes, into the distance. Somewhere. Time to look at the hamster. I see. They are hamster. Yes, indeed. I mentioned actually earlier the secret junk monger back here. I've probably shown her before. A jelly friend? They've been there ever since... They've been there for many months now. Probably like a year even, maybe. Maybe not a year. Maybe a year, I don't know. I was still in Heavensward at the start of this year, I think. They've been there for a long time. I just haven't been in my apartment too often on stream recently. That is the Sharkanist's carbuncle. Apparently Aya has located a house with, quote, altogether too many fountains and showers and waterfalls in it. That is a serious water damage and mold concern. That does sound concerning. Speaking of water damage, this book probably isn't doing too well. It's also been there for a million years. There's a secret house tech where there's a bench like directly underneath this so that you can sit here, I think. I'm pretty sure that's how this works, because I don't think this is normally a seating location. It is on the mystery cube. Yeah, that seems likely. Time to generate a water bill. Or not. Large book. I don't understand waiting in line. I don't get it. I'm heal. How does one wait in line as healer? Does not work. Does not make sense. Hello. You have located the shark. I still like this apartment a lot. I'm happy with what I did with it. Yep. Somehow. Long healer queue. Very mysterious. If I ever did actually get a home, I don't know what I would do with it. Because the apartment's already kind of, like, pretty perfect. I would probably miss it, unless I just reconstructed it in the house, which would take an age. I am standing on the shark. That emote is very silly. Oh god, you have that too. It looks even sillier with Vera. That's quite something. There it is. Four ears, you say? Oh no. Oh wait, no, that missed me. You say 4 ears. But what about 14 ears? What about that? How do you feel about this? I didn't like Code Vein. In fact, it makes me very mad to think about Code Vein most of the time. However, it did have a character creator where I was able to give myself 14 cat ears as a bit. Once. And I think about this sometimes. You could probably also do that quite easily in Phantasy Star Online 2. I didn't actually play as the character that had 14 cat ears at any point. Which may disappoint you to know. It was just when I was messing around with character creation. Are you confused by the book? But yeah, if you know much about me, you probably know why I don't like Code Vein at all. It's a very anti-Robin type of game for multiple reasons at this point. A bit less so when I first tried it, but I still didn't like enjoy playing it much. I've already mentioned my controversial opinion that about Souls-likes, like last stream. I'm just always thinking about it. Aya says that she is struck by how much this panel looks like a minion instead of an Ahriman. I don't know. Like, kinda. It's probably the shape of it. Simultaneously less and more about blood than Bloodborne. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. And you can see the horn-looking objects on the eyes is like the goggle straps or whatever. Now that you mention it. Also, these like wooden panels are inside of the outer ring of this bath. I think this is I like how I constructed this corner over here. Because like these aren't part of the bath furniture. They are placed inside of it to form like walls. Normally they're just like divider screens, I think. I like this apartment. I think it's neat. You have found a way to stand on the orchestrion. This is also a song that's probably not great on a loop. Clearly. This is the music now. You're rotating in place again. Actually, that reminds me. Funny bit about healer. Now that I have healed you, walk around me in circles. If you would. For some reason, after you've used a heal, your entire self rotates to look at what you're looking at instead of just your head. This can be reset by using a different type of action or emote.
Rotati.
True. It's very weird that this happens. I think it's any action that can target an ally will trigger this. So like if you used Dragon Sight on me and then I ran in circles around you, I wonder if that would work. Yes, it does. Unless you're just rotating, like, on your own. It seems like it works. Thank you for petting Calico. Okay. Yeah, every ally targeting action does that for some reason. This feels like music for rotating too. I'm sorry that I made you dizzy. This queue sure is taking its time, huh? Time for everyone's favorite music. Ominous church bells. And nothing else. Forever. This is no one's favorite music, actually. I guess it is night. Nighttime is a thing that it is. Honestly, this song kind of fits this apartment a bit. This song is interesting because it randomly has a bit in it that's like early Realm Reborn dungeon, which will happen shortly, I think. No, it's still got another bit of this to go. That's fair. This music is probably not helping with not falling asleep, I suppose. This feels like the kind of music that could put someone to sleep. Now we have to go through the entire island sanctuary motif first, before we get to the 2.0 dungeon theme. It's in here for some reason. I think I pointed this out when I was on the island sanctuary before. I wonder if this would go faster if I were a tank for this fight. It's a bit... might be a bit late to try and do that now. There it is. Just a little bit of Realm Reborn dungeon theme. Battle music. For some reason. I guess because caves? Question mark? What else do we have? Right. Right, that too. Oh yeah, that's a Bosnia theme. There's Fall Guys. Right, the Moogle minigame. Sucro apartment music classic now. Elevator music from Final Fantasy XV. Now I've been blasted with Halloween power. What's this? Oh, that's right. That's sad Garlemald. It's also sad. A lot of this music, I can't even really fathom how you could make a house where it's fitting. Is your house a PvP zone or something? How's this work? Staff credits. Oh, from tactics, I think. The color of depression. Oh, that's near, right. Yeah, that's fair. You can listen to whatever you like. It doesn't have to be fitting to the room. It's not like I only listen to music that fits my surroundings in reality. There it is. I think this is a slower queue than Insinger was. I think I just said Insinger. Insinger. I think. You know, that's a fair way to play music too, I guess. Hey, map profit. $1. Wait, I can access my retainers from inside my apartment. Oh well, whatever. I have made $1. I don't... Was it you? It was you. I'm selling them on 2 separate people for some reason. The current party that we apparently have in Mount Ordeals is 2 tanks, 1 healer, 2 DPS. You appear to be standing on nothing. I guess that's possible. I'm gonna go to my island for no reason. If I try to start doing something, that'll convince the queue to do something. Clearly. You can just use Isle of Return to skip the walk forward, but I often forget about this. Right, that starts tomorrow. There's nothing to check. I pranked myself because there's nothing to actually do on my island other than gather things, but I don't really need to. I guess it's just kind of neat to look at it sometimes. Sure. Oh, you can land here. I mean, I guess why not? Why not? Stand here if you want. She likes to be tall, as they say. Oh, you get informed when someone visits your island. I didn't know that. I cannot see the effect of the tank because I have other player effects turned off. I never considered this. I'll get this tank eventually. I forgot there was a tank though. The tank is very silly. Ah, so this is the ritual to summon Rubicante. We figured it out. We solved Rubicante's puzzle. Unless one of the tanks is asleep. Hey, queuing way, yeah. We got there. We have multiple people who are here for the first time. So, this particular version of this song,
course, as I knew you would, as too will I. Come,
is incredible. I've heard it before. Yeah, this is the guest remix of Four Fiends by Hyadain, I think. Hyadain? Don't remember his actual name. But it's so cool that they got a remix from that person.
the Archfiend of Fire has no equal.
It's very similar to his ancient, like, remix of Four Fiends also. It's incredible. It's outstanding.
The glory of fire.
Fire is pretty cool.
Flames to lick at your heels.
Yeah. What does this mean? Ah.
Darkest flames to me.
I get it. Or, no. I only sort of get it, but I did it well enough.
will remain.
Wait, did that target both things? I noticed I had my cardio on the wrong one. Wow, it's just like a Peacekeeper. Neat. Oh no, the bacon AoE. I forgot to... I'm too focused on the mechanics, so I'm forgetting to, like, manage my MP and dot. The torment of Rubicante's heart is made manifest.
Flames to lick at your heels.
I'll just use that for the hell of it. Oh, it means you're rotating this. I get hit.
Darkest flames to me.
Oh god, shapes. That's probably a safe bet, yeah. Oh.
Naught but ash will remain.
To me, servants of flame. Flame scent. God, they are evil Galacats. It's always safe to stand at the one he's initially pointing at. Interesting.
All will burn.
No, it would have been smart to use Zoe for that, maybe.
Allow me to show you real flame.
Nah. I'm not that impressed by your fire, to be honest.
You strength worthy enough of pride. But will it be enough?
I wasn't impressed by the damage, at least.
You are the first to behold this form.
Cool, I guess. You are the first to see me look exactly the same, except I have a wing. Neat.
The flames rise higher.
You just made me bleed with fire? What are you, some kind of wizard?
Look now on my essence made pure. Destruction incarnate.
That's funny. Oh no, I didn't think it would do that.
To ashes with you.
Oh, what? Oh, Jesus.
Come, O dark. I shall tear you asunder.
Okay, you went back to this.
Flames to lick at your heels. Dark flames to me.
It does seem to always be safe to stand next to the one he's pointing at the start. That's a cool thing to know. That wasn't that bad. That was a cool fight. And of course the song is really good, though it was a little bit quiet with my audio balancing. Commend to the other healer, I guess. That's silly. Yeah, that trick of it's always safe to stand next to that is really helpful. Not knowing the red parts of the wheel are safe sounds very scary too. Rubicante, why do you have one part of your leg that is fused with the shoe? Only one of your legs, I mean. I still don't know. I got 2 commendations. Yay. Zero's here too.
It seems I was a step too slow.
To defeat all of us archfiends.
Thanks for confirming how many of you there are.
Strong indeed.
By the way, there were 4 of us, and we are all dead now. GG's.
What is it that Golbez seeks, or why do you fight? What is it that you wish to save?
Tell me, for whom do you fight? And do you believe in the 13th?
You would know your enemy's heart.
GG, there will be no re.
Yeah. Yeah, give me your backstory, man.
Very well. It bleeds more than you can ever understand. But I will speak, and you will listen, and learn how all began.
Yay, story time with Rubicante. Yay. Your least favorite because it's kind of on the easy side? I guess that's fair. I've always thought Rubicante was cool and the 4 Fiends are cool, and I really like the music. So I don't think I could dislike this trial. There's always the extreme version. I suppose.
How long has it been since the world was undone?
I lost track. Did anyone else keep count? I forgot to buy a calendar for this year at Christmas. Somebody please help.
Since light and life gave way to darkness and undeath, since we were reduced to beasts befouled, squabbling over what scant ether remains.
Yeah, they did cut out a bit of Rubicante's honor, I guess, which is a little weird.
But you are different. You remember who you were and the paradise for which you fought.
Wait, is this also an Echo vision? Are we seeing this via Echo, or is this... Or are we just actually being told this for once? Like, I didn't process that exactly. Okay, this is the Echo. Ah, the mechanic freezing you in place is kind of unfun. I guess I could see that, yeah. Didn't affect me too much as a healer, I suppose.
That world will never be ours again. But we need not suffer in this purgatory of death and rebirth forever.
God, if it was only 14 months, that'd be really funny.
Together, we shall seek the promised land.
Promised by who?
There is no hope. No freedom from the wheel. You speak a fantasy.
Yes, a final fantasy, if you will.
I speak truth. The Ascian's revelation. There are other worlds than this. Ours is but one of 14.
Did the Ascians talk to you at some point then? I guess that would make sense, probably.
There is no greater proof than the whispers we hear, born of a neighboring reality.
I assume that the Ascians spoke of this a long time ago because... Yeah. I don't know why...
We may journey if we can but break down the barrier that divides us.
You meant it then. We will take this world as our own. Count me in.
And Yasuo's still having a great time.
In return for your strength, I offer you opportunity to pursue your own ends in service to a greater cause.
Dramatic cape twirl.
A glorious kingdom of light, wherein all may know death's sweet embrace.
Oh no, it's the nihilism again. Back on the nihilism train, everyone. Just kidding, there's no getting off of this train we're on. As Barrett Wallace once said. But for Endwalker, it's the nihilism train.
And thus did we begin our great work.
No, the great work is in Raotzit-Han. Or nearby. No, it's actually in... It's nearby.
You intend to forsake the 13th and conquer the Source?
Just so. Our home is a lost cause. Our only choice to begin anew. In this world, where we may reclaim our mortality.
Endwalker enjoys saying that immortality is bad for you. Frequently.
You served Golbez of your own volition.
Rubicante still kind of has his characterization of, like, honor and so
As
on,
atonement
reason.
for my failures, I tried to be a hero. Tried to stop the war. But I could not.
I'll learn more about that soon, I guess.
So in turn, you wage another.
A means to a final end. The wheel of depravity must be broken.
To be fair to Endwalker, immortality does suck when everyone's trying to kill each other for power all the time at the same time. And also, like, they're cursed with curses of cursing.
Even the most exalted
And the
succumb.
world is destroyed.
We eat and deepen the stain upon our souls, until only the hunger remains. Is this to be our fate for all eternity?
Have you heard about a cafe at the end of the universe?
I don't know. About this and a great many things.
I think we should take the four fiends to the cafe. I mean the four archfiends, or four whatever they're called in this.
But I do know that it's wrong to damn another to save yourself.
What an interesting thing for Zero to say when she didn't believe this before. She's figured it out.
Not everything need be a trade. This I learned from the people of this world. Even without a contract, without any expectation of personal gain, they labor for one another.
It is true that that happens.
I didn't understand it at first, and perhaps I still don't. But if I'm to achieve something, I'd rather do it their way. Else I am already a hunger-maddened beast.
Yeah, Funny Bunny Cafe. It works for all of the other flavors of nihilism that we've encountered so far. A lot of them had worlds that sucked. Rubicante upon seeing the funny bunnies. That exact laugh.
We have indeed surrendered to the hunger after a fashion. Make for our moon. There you will find both Lord Golbez and your dragon.
We made a second moon. Because it's Final Fantasy IV.
Why are you telling us this, or are you betraying Golbez? Why are you telling us this? Moon 2. That's right.
So viciously slandered. Pride demands I prove my virtue at the last.
The reflection of the Source's moon? Maybe.
And perhaps your own will resonate with his, and draw forth that singular jewel which abides deep within his heart. A desire which lies beyond his quest to free us from our purgatory. A desire all his own.
Very dramatic death, Rubicante.
We'll all be back in the final dungeon where there's a rematch against all four of us at once. Goodbye.
It'd be so funny if that actually happened. Just like FF4. I don't think it was the final dungeon when that happened in 4, but you know, still. I'm gonna BRB again. I guess we can do 4 this or that in one stream. Why the heck not, right? Ghosts. Okay, we found the limit. We can't do that, actually. Hold on. We can still do that, I just have to do it manually. This or that is always haunted, and so is this stream, technically. Hello. It was that. I just now realized for some reason that, hold on. I have to choose the outcome manually. It was that. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. I just now realized, for some reason, that the reason you fight the 4 fiends out of order is so that the 2 weaker ones could be dungeon bosses and the 2 stronger ones could be raids. Or trials, as it were. It took me a weirdly long time to realize that. But you do technically fight them in ascending order of strength, even though you don't fight them in order. Kind of. Anyway. My inquiries delayed me. I'm not accustomed to conversation. But I'm glad I arrived in time to speak with Rubicante. As much as I understand his motives, I believe there's a better way. Yours. The future you strive for is one I wish to see. And I want to know why I feel this way. Why this fire burns in my breast. Hey look, it's the patch name. God's Revel lands Tremble. Has barely anything to do with this, probably. There's nothing more for us here. What of Alzadal's legacy? Has there been word from Y'shtola and the others? Well, we heard about it exploding. That's not good. I see. Frustrating, perhaps, but better that the gate be destroyed than used to unleash more void scent. We should return to Megaduta and rejoin the others. Maybe there's some way to go to Moon 2 without using a void gate. Like the Lunar Whale, available now on the Cash Shop, I think. For $5 million. I don't know how expensive it is. It seems the others are already inside. Let's join them. It is good to see you both returned hale and whole. Your friends arrived not long ago and are already with the satrap. Shall I show you in? Yes. Yeah, but I mean, because the story is the story, we're gonna find a way to get to the 13th. We have to. Oh yeah, I guess you haven't seen Vritra
Thank goodness you're both all right.
before Zero. Like Vritra's true form.
Unfortunately,
I think.
We have nothing further to report apart from the loss of the gate. But tell us, how did you fare on the mountain?
Rubicante got destroyed. I mean, defeated. I mean, I won. Gasp.
Golbez aspires to deliver void scent unto the source, where they may die and return to the life stream to be reborn.
Far be it for me to deny them, but the cost to our people would be beyond unconscionable.
Indeed, void scent themselves are inherently dangerous. Never mind the chaos sure to follow should the barrier twixt our worlds be shattered. 'Twould be naught less than a calamity.
We can't let that happen, or how can we prevent this? How can we stop that?
The simplest way would, of course, be to strike at Golbez himself. That said, our task has been rendered rather difficult.
As far as everyone being allowed in Vritra's presence with weapons and stuff, we're probably not considered dangerous to Vritra. Why would we fight? Didn't they say we couldn't have weapons like the first time we went in there?
Indeed.
Before?
Rubicante have deprived us of a means to cross into the void.
But we're trusted now, so... Even if that didn't happen, we are trusted now.
Kenyatso's faint. That was doubtless what he meant when he said his part was done.
Yeah, it was a trick. It was a prank.
Sacrificed 2 archfiends just to stop us. He must need more time to break the barrier to our world.
He is of the First Brood. Did you know that? Wow.
Then the days ahead will be critical. We must find a way back to the 13th.
We could employ another Atomos, but that approach would only be viable if we found another planar fissure. An unlikely prospect.
Is where Zodiark was on the moon any kind of planar fissure? It's a giant fissure with a lot of shenanigans happening. And we do need to go to another moon.
Better we explore other avenues. If you will excuse my absence, I shall return to Charlian to look for information.
It's book reading time.
Meanwhile, I shall seek the counsel of our alchemists.
An alchemist talking to time. Time to read some books.
Time is of the essence, so wish me luck.
Good luck, Y'shtola. Nod. Oop, I saw that plant pop in when the camera angle switched.
I'm no scholar. I'll find another way to keep myself busy here.
I'm going to go stab the books until they start talking. Y'shtola alone will be more a match for those tomes. How about a little training to keep your lance arm honed? Yeah, Y'shtola's got those books covered. Don't worry about it.
I don't doubt it. She's a veritable researcher of light.
Sure. Nod.
Zero. May we call upon thee when next we venture unto the 13th?
Aye. And in case you're wondering, I won't ask for further payment.
Well, there might be some loose documents around that aren't books with covers and binding and stuff. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before.
I will go for myself, to try and understand why I spoke the words I said to Rubicante. And the fire I felt within, when you all came to my aid in Garlemald.
Gasp. The Warrior of Light really doesn't get that much time to rest. Hat tip. It's been a bit.
While our esteemed sorceress battles her tomes, let us see to our own affairs.
Nod.
I will not fail you again, sister.
Meanwhile, on the other moon, probably. Okay, not yet. Hey, Varshan. Before you leave, I would once more express my gratitude. By your hand has Thapnir been saved yet again. But before you delivered my people, you helped me rediscover hope, when the sight of my sister's eye left me bereft and adrift for a time. We may have lost the gate in Al-Zadal's legacy, but there must be another way to travel to the Void, and together we will find it. For now, I bid you rest and recover your strength. I, too, shall have my vessel improved ahead of our next foray. To achieve his ends, Golbez has sacrificed his 4 generals. Such a ruthless foe is unpredictable in the extreme. Especially in the extreme version of the fight. But no matter what he plots, we shall do our utmost to see that he does not succeed. You got it. Now, meanwhile, on the other moon, probably. Well, meanwhile, over here in Troya, I guess. But we're panning up to a moon. Hey, look, it's ominous shot of the moon, but it's a different moon, so does it count, or is it a different counter? Yeah. Yeah, that's moon. Meanwhile, on the moon and the 13th... I was right. I know exactly where the meanwhiles will be. Okay, we're counting it as the same moon. Or the same for the purposes of moon count. Jeez.
Kenyatso and Rubicante have joined with the Great Flow.
You've been waiting for this moment. Interesting. Wonder what this moment is going to be, then.
In this world, 'tis the ravenous who are useful, and few were as ravenous as they. You were fine pawns, my archfiends, and you have played your parts to perfection.
Ah, just the moment of Moon 2. Yeah. I think I knew there was a Moon 2.
With the goal in sight, I need no minions to do my bidding. Hereon, I shall walk alone.
Except for when I summon a shadow dragon ad as a reference to Final Fantasy IV.
I knew about the moon theme, and I kind of guessed it probably took place on the moon. This is relevant Moon too. Oh. Oh, the whole thing is the shape of the like, channeling. Hey, that is actually the Zodiac Zone, because the moon looks very similar. And it's got the cracks in the same way. I called it 2 seconds before it happened. If it still happens. I mean, we don't know that we're going to use the Zodiac Zone.
At long, long last, the end draws nigh.
But Golbez is clearly in a parallel location to the Zodiac Zone, so...
The end to life on that star. And the end to my suffering.
Yeah, the 13th doesn't look too great from here. Seems pretty ominous. Spooky. Wait, that looks like the Endwalker logo? Hold on. It's not identical, but it's very similar. It's got sort of similar, like, patterns in it, kinda. They're not super similar. Hold on. I mean, wait, the Endwalker logo's already on screen. You can see it already? Because it's on the chat cover. Currying flavor is the next main scenario quest, what? And there's someone who's real hype behind Zero over there. Zero is going to learn more about cool spices next time on the main story quest, I think. I guess I could see that with the logo and whatnot. So... now we go over here. And Zero and the others may be lurking around somewhere to be spoken to. Don't know where they would be. Remember this. Shadowed pasts once more. Somewhere in the world ambitions rise. What the heck is that? I like the art here of the eyeballs surrounding the eye. Time for Tales of Newfound Adventure 2. Ah, if it isn't Mistress Sucro. Since last we spoke, I've continued keeping an eye on the Void Scent. Right, I made them all Hotel Mario-ish for some reason. While the creatures have given me no reason to believe that they pose a danger, the rest of them remain at large. My fellows and I have yet to come by any eyewitness information. Teehee. But their forms being what they are, they cannot have gotten far. Of course, it would make our search easier if they were likewise drawn to Razatan. My other selves have been telling me about their adventures. Truly, your world's a fascinating place. Your world's pretty fascinating too.
So you enjoyed hearing my tales? I'd be glad to share more with you. Once I found the rest of me, that is. The others have more knowledge of mighty void scent, you see. This sensation. Could it be? Yes, I feel them. The rest of myself. They're very close now. Gasp. There's 4 of them, and unless I'm mistaken, they're somewhere in the city. Please find them for me, that I might be whole again. As before, by way of payment, they'll tell you about powerful void scent and their pasts. Nod. Time to learn about Cagnazzo and Rubicante. Now the nearest appears to be this way. Perhaps that's a good place to start. The rest of its fellows have appeared in the city? Then you would best track them down. Judging by the direction, I expect the nearest one is in Dharma. I leave the creatures in your capable hands. Determined emote. Did they change how this is structured to make sure you see the stories in a certain order? No. They didn't. They're just strongly suggesting that you start with one in particular. Which I suppose would be this one. Hey, what's up? You've been looking for me, you say? Sorry for the trouble. I found a place with beautiful water and thought I'd have a rollick, but ended up being washed away. I tried to get back upstream, swimming against the flow, and had managed to come this far when you appeared. After all that effort, I'd like nothing more than to reunite with my other selves, but if you've been promised a tale, then you shall have one. Also, someone is fishing. This is relevant. Nothing but small fry. See that mortal there? He fished me up, but promptly released me while calling me a hideous slug. I don't know what that was about, but it worked out well enough. No, to be out in the open sea and catch something big. But until I can afford a halfway decent rod, I'll just have to put up with this tired old fishing hole. I know the feeling well, the desire to chase after big fish. I used to be a fisherman too, you see, together with my brother. But the Contra Memoria wreaked havoc on the ocean's ether, and nary any fish remained to be caught. Each morning we would wake up not knowing whether we'd have food to fill our bellies. On a day like so many before, we were waiting in vain for a bite. My brother's face was fixed in a grimace, and I assumed he was cursing the war in his mind. But it turned out he was thinking about something else altogether, and when he finally spoke, the frustration was plain in his voice. Even if there were fish to catch, is this how I'm gonna live out my days, sitting endlessly with a pole in hand? It's like dying a slow death, and I can't take it anymore. More so than our privation, it was the mundane, unchanging nature of our lives that bothered him. In the next instant, he blurted out, "That's it! If there's a war, I'm gonna fight too. That way I won't be bored, at least." Just like that, he threw aside his rod and set off, right into the thick of the conflict. Wow. Damn it! Also something I'm realizing now. Wait, they're the Memoriat of Darkness and the Memoriat of Light, I think it said? This armor that the Dark Knight in this particular scene is wearing, and which many of the Memoriats have had, is a little bit reminiscent of the Dark Knight Cecil armor. Punch! right in the helmet. Jeez. Who in the hells are you? Apparently, yeah. Whoever you are, I'm in your debt. Having exhausted my powers, I was all but defeated, but now none remain to oppose me here. Perhaps you would consider serving me. You'd be well rewarded, of course. I could grant you riches, castles. Turning around and punching this guy in 1, 2, 3. Yep. What's the meaning of this? Weren't you a friend? Friend? I'm just after some excitement, so come on, give it to me. Don't remember the Kanyatsu voice very much. Oh. Well, that didn't go too well. Ah. There you are, thank heavens. What were you thinking taking on Memoriats with your bare fists? However strong you may be, you're lucky to be alive. I'm realizing now that if at least part of the Hektais was the brother of Kanyatsu, then I accidentally gave them a fitting voice because the voice I've been doing isn't dissimilar from the Kanyatsu voice that is in this game. Which is a pretty funny coincidence, actually. Alive. Yes, I've never felt so alive. That's not the Kanyatsu voice, but I forgot it. It is now, I guess. Unless he sounds like Luigi. Did you bring a light? Where you going? Oh yeah, they have all been different ones. No more chasing small fry for me. From now on, I'm gonna live for the thrill of battle. That's more of the Kanyatsu voice. I'll seek out those stronger than me and I'll give them a taste of my fist. Never have I felt so alive as I did, risking life and limb, he said as he strode away, never to return. Sometime afterwards, a rumor reached me of a fearsome warrior. The man would arrive unannounced on a battlefield, trounce anyone and everyone indiscriminately before disappearing again. Is he fueled by the power of boredom, or previous boredom? Was he just always good at punching? Kanyatsu he was called, and cursed for a feral dog. That was enough for me to know that my brother still lived. It was only when I became a voidsent that I came to understand my brother, to understand the emptiness he felt in his mundane life. It inspired me to want to break free from my own unchanging existence and instilled in me a longing for this world. For all his quirks, he was a good and kind brother, always looking out for me and helping me with my fishing. Like everyone, he must have turned into a voidsent. If he had the chance to come here, I believe he would have found purpose in life, a proper one. Thanks to you, I could relive those old memories, and with that, I'd best go join my other selves. Be seeing ya. Kanyatsu means nasty or feral dog. That's kind of funny. His name means that he is very rude.
I'm just gonna like walk over. I'm going to guess that like roughly left to right is the in order version of talking to these various hecties. Maybe you will see someone else loitering around in the city on the way. God, it's just hitting me again suddenly. Oh god, impact sound. It's hitting me again suddenly that if we count this stream as being done already, which it basically is, but not yet. There's 4 things left on my to-do list for all of Final Fantasy XIV that exists right now, in terms of streaming it. There's Eureka Orthros, 6.4, okay, there's 4 things on the, okay, there's 5 things. Whatever, but it's a very small amount of things, is what I mean. There's Eureka Orthros, there's 6.4, 6.5, 6.55, and then Tataru and Hildebrand, and that's it. What the heck? Hildebrand's gonna take multiple streams? The Endwalker Hildebrand, is that involved? Unless like you have to get a relic for it, then maybe, but I don't think you do, right? I'm not doubting that they might take more than one or anything, but it's still a very small task list, and it's still baffling to me because like back when I was in Heavensward, I thought it would take me a random number of years that I just mashed the keys on my keyboard for a while to indicate to get here, and I'm here instead of not being here. Huh? What business does a mortal have with me? I've done a lot of streaming. It's weird, is what I mean. So the rest of me are safe. Thank goodness. It was worth risking myself to let the others escape. No sooner had we arrived in this world than we were attacked by fearsome creatures of stone. I drew their attention, and after scrambling hither and yon, managed to get myself to safety. But to so jealously guard treasure, you mortals must truly be fond of it. Oh, there's another place for storing it right there. Oh yeah, so there is. Well, alright, I didn't know the Hildebrand quests would take that long, because they didn't for, like, Stormblood. They say it's mountain after mountain of treasure in there. We just need to find the coffers and that act as portals. Hey, 2 of these people have done Evilise raids. Wait, no. The one in the center is wearing Bosnia gear, I think. The one on the right is wearing Evilise. The one on the left is wearing Moonward. That's kind of funny. These are accomplished adventurers. And then survive the Guardians and Deadly Fiends. I don't like our chances with just the 3 of us. Less of us means a bigger share for each. Now, if Audacious Adventurer here is a warrior, she is wearing tank gear. They're just set. They're fine. We've learned this earlier today. Though I didn't actually get into the vault. It was still, or the Excitotron in my case. Exactly. Besides, what's an adventure without a little danger? I'm not really sure about this. To willingly throw oneself into danger, it's truly a strange mortal quirk. Unlike your kind, we Voidsent are quite risk-averse. For instance, we wouldn't think to challenge a stronger being. Yeah, they'll be completely fine if they're good at their jobs. 3 is more than enough for a treasure dungeon, it turns out. Except for him, perhaps. An odd fellow who loved fighting for its own sake. There was once a guy who loved to punch. His name was Kanyatso, and there was nothing he feared in his domain. Employing deception, he trapped his foes and drowned them in a bottomless mire. It mattered not how strong they were, all fell before him. Yet despite his victories, he never truly felt satisfied. And through a chance meeting, he would learn the reason why. Also, this means that there's another... This is also a Xenos type character. but they have a funny voice and they love what they're doing. So, and they're not weird and creepy and they don't steal my form, so they're better than Xenos. Anyway. I will dunk on Xenos at every opportunity. Or dunk on and/or complain, at least. Ah, you tried to trick Golbez, did you? Bonk.
That you should repel my attack. You're tougher than I expected. To whom do I speak? I am Katnyatso, and I'll bet you're the one they say is seeking out the strong. Well, if it's battle you want, then you need look no further. Lest you misunderstand, I do not desire fruitless battle. On the contrary, it would seem that it is you who seek out the strong. Why? When you're hungry, you devour. It doesn't matter who. Your luck ran out when you strolled into my domain.
Yeah, definitely lost the Kanyazo voice, actually.
None would risk themselves simply because of an empty stomach. Nay, my friend, the source of your hunger lies elsewhere. What is this ether? So pure and sublime. There's so much of it that I'm ripe to burst, and yet I still don't feel satisfied. Do you see? 'Tis not for ether that you thirst, but battle. You'll not quench this thirst with stagnant swamp water. Nay, not save that of a raging torrent will sate you. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's not the Kanyatsu voice. I lost it.
There is no joy to be had in ensnaring your quarry. For victory to have savor, you must place yourself in the midst of danger. If you join me, I shall see to it that you never want for dread foes to grant you satisfaction. What say you? Why do I feel as though I've remembered something important? Whoever you are, I would know more.
It's fine, this is the Kanyatsu voice before the transformation, clearly. That excuses whatever this weird voice acting I'm doing is that I keep poking at. It's kind of funny is why.
And thus did he find a place to belong, upon the fine line that divides the devourer and the devoured. If he could do battle with just one worthy foe, he told himself he could go to his rest forever satisfied. From that day forth, Kanyatso tirelessly sought out those who might be able to best him, each time hoping for bliss, but knowing that, like as not, disappointment ultimately awaited. He learned how to spin around as a turtle. The yearning so strong, nothing else matters. Do you have such a thing driving you too, mortal?
Not really.
Looking back, it was extremely reckless of me to come to this world, but it's been worth every bit of danger and more. I can't wait to share my experiences with myself. Be on my way now, thanks for coming to find me. Here I go. Scooting over there.
Oh, these three are still here, actually. I didn't realize they were probably just always here.
Hello, stranger. You a challenger too? Seems House Saneers deigned to open up part of their treasure vault in an effort to lift spirits in the city.
Yeah, I think Sherazade is wearing... I want to say that's aiming gear. Actually, I don't know if that's Bosnia. That could be near. Because there's... No. It's either aiming or scouting. It's from somewhere. This is Evely's Holy Knight armor. and some sort of headpiece that I don't know. And then that's Moonward Casting, which is designed to look like Rydia. Oh, that's Striking. Okay. So I was right about it being Bosnia. I was wrong about the class. So we've got a tank and 2 DPS here. They're probably fine to take on that vault. No problem. Either a monk or a samurai, and then one of the tanks, and then one of the casters. The rest of me are here too? What a relief. I was taking in the sights in the village nearby when I realized I'd become separated. I'm glad I decided to follow the clamor and head to the city. There's so many mortals here, so many beautiful buildings. Now it's time to learn about Rubicante. Father, what is in this building? This, my boy, is the resting place of the great Al-Zadal. Centuries ago, he journeyed here from the mainland and helped to end the war between the Matanga tribes, an act which laid the foundation for the nation of Radzatan. So it's thanks to him that we all get along. Ma, tomb, a place for mortals to remember their dead, calls to mind people from my own past. My mother who died in the Contra Memoria, and the ones who laid her to rest. So Rubicante is, or was, an Al-Ra. Long, long ago there lived 2 powerful mages. It was said that none could match their might, yet they nevertheless continued to hone their skills at their training ground atop a peak called Mount Ordeals. Okay, so Mount Ordeals was a location on the 13th. And Rubicante's battle arena being called that was likely more symbolic than literal, I guess? They did cool poses all the time, and they gave each other fist bumps. One day, fell fiends began attacking villages unprovoked. Upon hearing the grim tidings, the mages came to a resolution. Through years of training, we've mastered our flames. It is time for us to employ them for the salvation of the world. So it was that the pair descended the mountain and set about vanquishing the fiends. I didn't notice the charred corpses. Just that one left. Leave it to me. No, don't. Please don't hurt her. Don't hurt my mother. Your mother? Ah! Please save her, I beg you. What do I do? So very much like Sin Eaters. No! Seems I have no choice. And then Rubicante's AoE attack also killed the child. No, apparently. What? She's turned into a crystal. He did do the Memoria thing. How many characters in this game do you think wear leather gloves specifically so that they can clench their fist in a way that generates a sound effect?
I said that I would save the world, but I couldn't save even a single life.
I mean, you did. Even if someone also died. You haven't even checked to see if your brother is actually dead or not. You're jumping to conclusions, Rubicante. Yeah, I noticed the heals also.
My flames were meant to be like the sun. They were meant to protect, to keep warm and light the way. And yet...
Everyone gets to wear heals in this game.
In his great fury at his failings, the mage's face turned red as a ruby. Thus did the girl choose to call him Rubicante. That one's a bit of a stretch, to be honest. The mage returned to his mountain, where he buried his comrade. On the gravestone, he etched the words of admonishment and continued his training alone.
Oh, it means scary red face. Okay, that makes more sense.
It's not as much of a stretch as I thought. One day, when visiting his comrade's grave, he found that a familiar crystal had been left there. Its presence lifted a great weight off his chest. Without words, it told him that the girl was grateful for what he did. That day, he regained something he'd lost. And descending the mountain once more, he embarked upon a journey, determined to use his powers for good. Then the world ended. It kinda sucked. Oops. Sad as it is to lose a precious life, it's sadder still, I think, to lose one's purpose. Mount Ordeals has been swallowed up by darkness, and his comrade's grave with it. But wherever Rubicante may be, I like to believe that the little girl still remains in his heart. Well, it's past time I rejoin the others. It was nice talking to you, mortal.
Seeing them scoot away is kind of funny. Okay, I'll just teleport to this one. I'm right next to an Ethernet shard. What seems to be kind of a theme? Controller, no. You're so new, controller. Why are you like this? The most comfortable brand of controller that I like that is also made of paper. Oh, I didn't catch that. Let's see if this does anything to fix the controller. I don't know why I'm doing that. Sometimes I make Link Legend of Zelda sounds for no reason, apparently. Well, I can't tell if it fixed anything or not. Nope. This controller is so new. I got it like right when Mario RPG released. That's like a month. Why? I tried to order a different controller recently, but it was immediately uncomfortable and burdened with terrible app software to the point where I just gave up after 2 seconds and returned it. Why is it that the one controller I find comfortable is so fragile and then its left stick stops working like instantly? I don't want to have to order a fourth one of this. For those wondering, I think I've mentioned it before, but it's the HoriPad Mini is the controller I tend to use because I need something like lightweight and small. Because that's just what's comfortable for me for some reason. I don't have tiny hands or anything. I think I asked before if anyone had any controller recommendations and there weren't any, but I'll throw that out there again. What? I'm calling me, you say? I can appreciate my separation anxiety, but I answer to no one, not even myself. I'm sure this text box is a mood for somebody. I just get the vibe from this line of dialogue that it resonates with someone.
Or multiple someones. I am my own master. I do what I like when I like. I'll rejoin the others at my own leisurely pace. That's fair. Using keyboard and mouse is reasonable. I stopped using keyboard and mouse because that also hurts my hands. My hands hurt very easily, it turns out. I don't know why this is. I guess they're fragile or brittle or something. Repetitive motion injuries, not properly stretching and stuff for a long time, probably. I don't know. Or it could be that my mortal shell is garbage, which is why I cast it aside to haunt the internet. So the controller that I bought to try recently was an Xbox controller, not like a regular Xbox controller, but a different brand. And I quickly realized that due to the way I play Final Fantasy XIV, I need the D-pad to be pretty close to the right stick, which Xbox type controllers do not have. This is only like a feature of Nintendo Switch type controllers, I think, typically. And that is because I need to be able to press the D-pad abilities while I'm moving with the left stick. So I use my right thumb to do that. And if I have to stretch that too much, it causes hand pain. So I have a specific like archetype of controller that I use. I can't really demonstrate unless I make my webcam work, but you will never see the form of my mortal vessel again. Or something. I don't like it. Get out of here, mortal vessel. Anyway. I guess that's what I'm calling my body now. 'Cause it sounds cooler. Mortals, on the other hand, always seem to be busy at work. Short as your lives are, one would think you'd spend more time on leisure. You're truly strange creatures. For some reason, I always go out of my way to pronounce leisure as leisure when it's an individual word. But I just said leisurely like a second ago, so I decided to go with leisure instead. But yeah, I guess I'll have to dig through the controller mines again and see if I can unearth anything that I don't hate instantly. There was a time a while ago when I tried... The time when I realized I needed lightweight controllers was the time I tried to use the Xbox Elite 2, which, number one, weighs 1 billion tons for no reason. There's probably a reason. It's like the heaviest controller I've ever held. And also, it has like it has a texture that's allegedly for grip on it, but it was like abrasive and harmed my hands to touch because my mortal vessel is made of gosh dang paper for some reason. Dang it. I don't know. But yeah, I need the D-pad to be close to the right stick so I can use it reliably without stretching my thumb too much. Still burning strong, just like the start of the experiment. By the sisters, but tending the flame is mind-numbing work. Someone has to do it, I suppose, but I just wish it wasn't me. Tending the flame, that reminds me of a voidsent I once knew. How convenient. He watched over a beacon fire, seeing to it that it remained ever lit. Unlike that mortal, however, he did it of his own volition. Such an act served no practical purpose in our world. Even if night and day existed, we voidsent don't rely upon light, and he persisted. Though perplexed by his curious ritual, I somehow found myself helping him with it. Rubicante was his name, and he went about his task dutifully. Others mocked him for his meaningless act. They must have held some manner of meaning to him, so when I chanced to find the beacon guttered out, I made certain to let him know. For time out of mind, this routine continued uninterrupted, until that fateful day. I see flames dancing in the distance. Who should I find tending it but a mage of considerable might? With such power, surely you can do more than keep a beacon lit? My flames serve not to smite others nor to sate my hunger. Then what purpose do they serve? I cannot say for certain, but to simply behold this flame somehow sets my heart at ease. I see. It would seem you lack the power to comprehend the feelings engraved upon your soul. But such a lack is readily rectified. This warmth, invigorating and comforting. Where have I felt it before? Of course, the sun, that which once shone its light upon creation. Though it would set, never did it fail to rise again, and like the sun, my flames must never die. So that is the way of it. Through your flames, you sought to recreate the sun's journey, to recreate the world as it was before. Who are you, who could unearth the memories buried in the deepest recesses of my heart? It matters not who I am, but what I seek to do. Join me, and together we shall banish the darkness and see that the sun rises again. According to the mysterious knight, the price to save the world was dear. The inhabitants of the neighboring reality must be sacrificed. To which Rubicante replied, I have sworn to use my power to save the world. If innocent souls must be consumed by my flames, then I shall bear responsibility for the sin. Thus did he choose his path of his own volition, and his spirit lives on in me as an undying flame. A world engulfed in darkness had become the norm for me, but since coming here and basking in the sun, I've been reminded of all that we had lost. I understand Rubicante better now. Understand why he was willing to sacrifice all to restore the world to the way it was. To him it was worth the price. Well, I must say it felt great to take a squirm down memory lane. With that I shall now rejoin the others, of my own volition, of course.
You found the last of the Void Scent. Time to head back to the Hall of the Radiant Host. If I were making this quest, I would do a funny bit where when they combined, they weren't the Hektai enemy that's a pile of eyes as you would expect, but something completely unrelated. That would be a funny payoff if that happened. Oh, what? Hey there, character that hasn't shown up on screen. So if you do the Emeliant's custom deliveries, you meet Miladine, or Mila, who has gone to Sharlayan to learn, like, healing magic, because, as she explains, her parents expected her to become a great alchemist, because that was the family trade, and she showed talent for it, but she wanted to learn healing magic instead. And through the course of that quest line, you learn about her and, like, her struggles with learning magic, and, like, eventually she figures out magic, but resolves to come back here and also learn alchemy so that she can mix both of them together to help as many people as possible. And I didn't expect her to just be standing around with the mammoth that she used to, like, practice her magic and stuff. That's really cool. Too bad you didn't see any of the lead up to this. Gods, is that you, Sucro? So good to see you again. Oh yes, my mother and I had it out after I returned. She believed studying sorcery was a waste of my talents, until I explained everything I learned during my time abroad. I now have her full support, and I couldn't have done it if not for you and Lady Emiliance. I'm now working here at the High Crucible as an apprentice alchemist. It hasn't been easy, but I know it will all have been worth it when I fulfilled my promise and made my dream a reality. Good for you, Mila. No, you didn't get most of that story, except for my summary of it. But I'm real glad to see her there. I think I've said before that Final Fantasy XIV is a game about adopting children, and I think she also falls into that. Anyway. There are many characters in this game I will protect. You did it! You found all of me! I trust I upheld my part of the bargain and told you about more mighty Voidsent? I learned about the past of Cagnazzo and Rubicante. Or those Voidsent fought fiercely, but they'll fight no more. Yeah, I learned about Cagnazzo and Rubicante. I'm not going to tell you they're dead, though, unless that comes up naturally. So you'd already crossed paths with them. Though the tales may not help you in the battles ahead, I dare say they gave you something to think upon. As mortals, then Voidsent, then Archfiends, these troubled souls fought with all their being, and now their fight is over. I guess it came up naturally. Yeah, that did happen. Well, I myself have only heard the tales from the others. If I'm to make their feelings my own, I need to become whole again, which I can now do, thanks to you. Shrug. So all of them are accounted for? Then by all means, let's have them return to the way they were. Yeah, it's really cool to see all of that. I'm glad that the Tales of Newfound Adventure exist. Alright, now do the funny bit I predicted and don't be the pile of eyes that's expected. Without further ado then, to me, myselves! I didn't really predict the bit, I just think it'd be funny as a bit if they did that. Aww. The obvious solution. At last we're whole again. There's nothing we need fear. And that which each of us experienced since coming here, it's as if I had experienced it all for myself. I say it again, but this world is... I thought that was the Radiant. I say it again, but this world is truly a fascinating place. I must see more of it. Yes, I must. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but now that it's whole, I can't help but feel that it's more of a danger. They lost the ability to blink, that's true. Yet, with the Undersea portal destroyed, there's no way to return it whence it came. Whatever should we do now? Huh? What's this I see? Oh, it's Voidsent. There's a few of them in that direction. More of my brethren made it over, it seems. Curious, though, this is much farther than I can usually perceive. I can only assume my vision's improved. Could it be the accumulative effect of our experiences here? What? It can sense its kind from a vast distance? Amazing! Such an ability would make the task of tracking down invading Voidsent a breeze. If the creature would agree to assist us in this manner, I'm confident that I can convince my superiors to forge a pact with it. Smile and nod. Oh, if it means I can remain in this world, then I'll gladly agree to that arrangement. I can't say how much I'm indebted to you, mortal. Working with this fellow here, I'll find a way to communicate with your kind and make myself useful. Thank you for everything. I hope they let the wiggly eyeball pile sit at this desk. This is now the eyeball office? For the eyeball pile? Here's a orchestrion roll. Check out the enclosed orchestrion book. That's even better. Yes, make them
uniform. I'll be on my best behavior until I forge the pact. It's nothing short of a dream come true to be in this world. I'll do whatever is required to remain. Stay tuned for 7.x, where they'll randomly reference this quest have been done and I show up in the cutscene for no reason. And I'll get a name and maybe have like a player character model for no reason later. You know, like how Zero turned into a player character model. Maybe Solenoid Voidsent will become an important character. With regards to communication, as the creature appears to understand our words, I believe I shall begin by teaching it letters. With some effort, I'm confident we'll be conversing ere long. Good luck to these two. Or these 10. Depending on whether the Solenoid Voidsent prefers to be thought of as 9 entities or 1. That's a great question. Maybe void magic? Maybe by teaching them letters, he meant reading and not writing, which would not require holding a pen. Trick bookshelf partition. Books, but they're fake. I was getting the impression they were considering trying to teach the speech to the Voidsent. Though engraving text into metal plates with eye lasers sounds like a pretty cool way to communicate. Katanora? Oh, it's an airship type. That explains something. You know? I could probably replace this door with a trick bookshelf partition. I'm curious now. Creepy. I mean, that's quite big. I think these are 2 walls and then a partition. It would technically work. No, it clips through the table. Unacceptable. Sucre doesn't need to make her bedroom a secret. Not too many people show up in the apartment, and maybe she'd forget where it is. Yeah. I don't know if doors opening by proximity is like a thing in the housing lore, or if that's just a convenience feature for the player. Like, am I meant to believe that all doors do this? It's the ether, of course. Anyway. This has been Final Fantasy XIV for almost 6.5 hours. We did many things today. Well, we did a lot of one thing today, mostly. The rabbits are done. The robots are done. I got reverse pranked when I tried to prank the video game. And also, we did 6.3 and the rest of Tales of Newfound Adventure. And that means next time is Eureka Orthros, and that's like the only thing I have on schedule for that time, because I'm assuming it'll take a bit. I think only floors 1 through 30 are the story, and the rest after that is challenge floors, but I'm expecting to die. So we'll find out how that goes. Anyway, thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in various links and whatnot, they're at borealrobin.card.co and below the stream. And it'd also be very helpful if you would consider following or subscribing or spreading the word. And yeah.
I should just add a command that makes my bot do that plug every hour or so, instead of doing it at the end of streams, maybe. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you next time. So, farewell and good morning.